I need your help. I'm going to tell you what happened to me exactly as I remember it. And if any of it sounds familiar, if you know anything, please tell me. They can't get away with this. 4 weeks ago, I got into this huge fight with my girlfriend. The big one. The one where she decides that it's over. And I didn't blame her. I don't know how she put up with me for as long as she did. You know the situation. She went to work every day for one of her 2 jobs, brought home the groceries, did the laundry and the dishes, as well as paid the bills. And me? I sat on my ass playing video games and sending one half-hearted job application out at a time. And I promised her things would change. But they didn't. The ironic justice of cruel mistress fate and shit. I got a job offer an hour after she left. To start that night. These people didn't even interview me. They looked at my crappy resume and decided, this is the a-hole for us. Totally not a red flag, right? But I only had June on my mind. It wasn't too late. I knew that if I could show her that I wasn't a complete loser, that I did care, she'd take me back. And so I texted her and I said, I did it. I got a job. Can you drive me? She had her only car. Her car. I'm glad for you, she texted back. Show you can do this, Greg. Find the bus route, get there on time, cash your first paycheck, then we can talk. So you're saying there's a chance. Okay, I can do that. It's clear instruction. I do well with clear instruction. I looked up the bus route. It was way in the industrial area where the buses didn't even go. Ended up having to walk for 15 minutes, but still got there with time to spare. The building was nondescript, without any signs or lettering. Wasn't clear what it was for. No cars in the gravel parking lots, lots of broken glass, some oil drums, and a blood-spattered tire iron. Well, maybe it could have been rust. No cars around anywhere. And the only thing nearby was an old dive bar with neon signs still working and everything. While I waited, standing against the wall and reading through FARC to pass the time, I kept looking over at the bar. Nobody was coming in or going out, and the sign said open. And then I saw the people standing outside. They weren't moving, and that struck me as odd. They were just standing at the windows watching this building. Or me. Kind of gave me the creeps, and so I put my phone up and I went in.
Good. You're early.
A man with a close-cropped white hair said,
First thing you need to know, this is a contract work for the Department of Energy. This is important work. We need someone who is committed to doing this right. Follow the rules and procedures precisely. Someone who takes to these procedures like his life depended on it.
Yes, sir, I said. I'm very motivated.
Work is simple. 2 to 3 times an hour. An alarm here in the main control room will go off. It is absolutely imperative that you press this button,
pointing to a big blue button,
within 5 minutes of the alarm sounding. You are also expected to keep the area secure. Remove trespassers as required. Investigate suspicious phenomena. Walk the perimeter. These duties are secondary to pressing the button,
pointing to the big blue button.
When you hear the alarm, stop your walk or investigation and get back here as soon as possible. Carry this phone with you at all times. It will beep when the alarm sounds. Range is up to 200 feet from the building. Any questions?
No, that makes sense. It's like some of the games that I play. Well, in a way. What happens if I don't press the button in time?
It isn't a game. If you don't press the button within 5 minutes of the alarm sounding, everyone in this building is dead.
Aren't I the only one in here? I asked. He turned around and punched out.
Good night,
he muttered on his way out. I walked out a little behind him to see where he went. And since I hadn't seen a car, I was curious. When I got out, he was nowhere to be seen. The bar? I looked over and I didn't see him, but more patrons had arrived. Some of them were standing outside now, all staring at this building. I felt a moment of panic. Why were they doing that? What if they broke in? What could I do? I retreated back into the building, locking the door behind me, and I told myself I gotta relax. As I tried to take a deep, calming breath, my heart jackhammered against my chest, and I was in full panic mode. It was the alarm. The stupid alarm. It was dangerously loud and brain-piercing. I used the adrenaline to run to the control room at record speed and hit the button. And the alarm stopped instantly. Now, just seconds before it stopped, I felt sure that I heard footsteps echoing down the hall, running in short, fast steps, like a kid or kids' little clicking footsteps. And once the alarm stopped, I heard nothing. And I stayed stone still for a good minute listening. Nothing. So I figured it had to be an effect of the alarm, like how you always hear something when you're in the shower. I tried to relax and play on my phone, waiting for the next alarm, but I kept imagining whoever I heard now standing perfectly still, like those weirdos at the bar, just waiting for the alarm to go off again to move. And so I decided to get up and investigate. Now, I walked slowly, cautiously down the hall, with the unnecessary alarm phone on hand. I was about halfway to the end when I saw spots on the wall and the floor that looked like blood. And then all of a sudden, a loud, metallic crash rang from outside the building. I gasped and I looked back. Empty hallway. What was I doing here? I asked myself. Getting June back, I answered. I was now near the end of the hall, where it teased to the left and to the right. As I neared the corner, I know I heard anxious breathing. Each step that I took, the breathing sounded more anxious. Not afraid, but anticipating. Like some kid waiting to spring a prank. I was about to round the corner when the alarm went off. I actually shrieked this time and I ran back, but this time I heard it for sure. Fast, little feet darting down the hall around the corner. Someone had been waiting just around the corner. I smashed the blue button and I waited. Silence now. And that's when I realized that I didn't have any number to call in case of emergencies. With very limited instruction, I was on my own. So I pulled up my big boy pants and I went down the hall again. I rounded the T confidently and found no one. So I kept going, passing windowless door after windowless door. What did this building actually do? I was starting to think that I was all in my head until I saw one of the doors cracked open about 1/4 of an inch. I stopped and I stared at it, wondering how best to approach. And I stared at the crack for probably a full minute before I saw the light gleaming off a little marble in the dark slit. Someone was staring back at me. All my planning and wondering came to an abrupt halt. I just reacted.
Who's there?
I tried to shout, but choked. The door opened and a bald kid ran directly at me. It was so unexpected, I jumped back and hit against the wall. I wasn't sure if it was a kid anymore. His skin was weird and leathery. He screamed in my face,
Stop pushing my buttons!
And ran back the way that I'd come. And as I got up, I thought I heard more anxious breathing from inside the room. The door was a little more open now, but I couldn't see a thing inside. I didn't want to look into the dark anymore. I hurriedly reached out and I closed it, pulling my hand away as fast as I could. The alarm again sent me into a full fight or flight. I went running back and somehow I took a wrong turn and I found myself at some stairs going down. An ungodly odor came from below. Rotten and burning. I ran back, wondering whether I was in the right hall anymore. How long had passed? Not 5 minutes. I ran until the familiar T was coming close. I was almost there, and then I saw that bald head peeking around the corner, and I stopped. He was peeking, but there was no amusement in those slitty eyes. Those were the eyes of a lion waiting for a dumb gazelle. An object flashed in his hand, just poking around the corner. He had a knife. Shouldn't I have had a gun or something? I had nothing. and we locked eyes. I didn't think that I've ever been more scared in my life. And he leapt out with a roar and ran at me. I didn't know what to do. I had to get to the alarm, and I didn't think that I could run away. So when I got close, I kicked as hard as I could. I kicked him right in the face. He turned and ran away, leaving his weapon behind. It was actually a nail file. And so I started walking towards the T until the alarm changed. Instead of the wailing sound, it was more of a klaxon. I must be down to 1 minute, I thought. I ran this time. Nearing the control room, I saw the front door had been left open, presumably when the boy had left. I hit the blue button and then went back to close the door and lock it. And before I got there, I heard breaking bottles. And I looked around. I didn't see the boy anymore. But the bar patrons were all outdoors now. Nobody was left inside. They were at the edge of the parking lot, looking at this place. And I slammed the door behind me and I locked it. Fuck this place and this job, I said, and decided then and there that I was leaving. If it was so important to the Department of Energy, they'd have left an emergency contact at least. And I would have left it if I hadn't heard what I heard next. From somewhere far down the hallway.
Greg! Help!
It didn't matter how far away it was. I knew that voice. That was my June.
June!
I shouted. And she didn't answer.
June, where are you?
And then I heard a scream. I was almost mindless with panic. I didn't understand how any of this could be happening or why. My vision seemed to redden. I felt throbbing in my head, and as I ran back down the hall shouting for her, what if the breathing that I'd heard in that room was her? I had wondered. What if I'd shut her in there with someone or something when I could have saved her? And now that door was closed. I wouldn't know that door from any other. And so I was running back to that area, calling for her when I heard her again,
Greg!
Coming from behind me. The staircase. That awful staircase. I ran to it, and that same noxious odor hit me again.
June!
I shouted into the dark below.
June! Are you down there?
And I started going down one step at a time. One, because I wasn't sure that she was there, and two, because everything in my being told me nothing good was down there.
June!
And I heard what sounded like shuffling below. But no more screams.
June!
I said more softly this time. And I'm still taking the stairs slowly. The stench is worse with each step. Red emergency lights, irregularly spaced, are the only lights on this floor. Terror and panic mixed with utter helplessness because I don't even hear her anymore.
June!
I'm almost to the bottom step when... the alarm! It startles me so bad I almost vomit. With the sound deafening me, I feel extremely vulnerable. I run up the stairs, slipping on something slimy as I do. I hear a lot of shuffling sounds from behind me and other strange sounds that I can't even describe. I pick myself up and I go around the T to the control room. But the control room's door closed and locked. The bastard didn't even give me any keys. And in my state, I didn't even care anymore. I tried to break down the door, but it was too solid. It wouldn't budge. Even the little window on this door is too thick. And then I remembered the tire iron. I'm out the front door in seconds, not thinking of anything else along the way. I grab it and I start back, and then I see them. The patrons from the bar having crossed the street. The neon lights of the bar are off. These people are all around the building just watching. And then they start moving. Slowly. They look sick. Something's wrong with them. Some of them are walking towards the front door. I get there fast and I lock it behind me. The alarm klaxon is getting more frantic and glass won't break. I keep hitting it, not knowing what else to do. And finally, on the 10th blow from the tire iron, it shatters. I get in and I hit the blue button. The alarm stops and I breathe for a few seconds, listening intently for June, for sounds outside. And I don't hear anything. And so I call 911 and I get put on hold. So I hang up and I try June's phone. It rings, and then finally I hear it. Both terrifying and a relief. The ringtone coming from somewhere in the building. I run towards the sound, to the T and back to the stairs. "June!" I shout down the stairs. And my call keeps going to voicemail. And so I start down the stairs again. "June!" I'm at the bottom step, feeling like a coward for moving so slow, when, it's not the alarm this time. My phone's ringing. June's calling me. I answer. "June!" "Greg, listen to me. I'm not here." What? Where are you? "It's not me. Goodbye." And she hung up. I could only get voicemail after that. I stepped into the red-lit hall. Every step, I felt like someone was standing against the wall just inches from me. And I didn't dare look. I kept looking straight ahead. I even stopped shouting for June. How long did this hall go? I wasn't even seeing doors. And then I finally heard something. It wasn't just shuffling this time. Footsteps. And I stood as still as possible, scared to make any noise. They were coming down the stairs. I knew what it had to be. The people from the bar. They were in. It's like they knew where I'd be. They were coming for me. I started running. I didn't care if I made noise. They knew where I was anyway. I didn't look back. It felt like they were just a few feet behind me, but that couldn't be true. The smell was worse the farther that I went in, and sometimes I heard shuffling beside me. I hoped that it was just rats. And then I saw a door to my left. Finally, I looked inside, hoping for an exit or a safe place, and the only thing inside was June's phone on the floor. I picked it up, and there was a spot of blood on it. "What the fuck is wrong with you people?" I shouted to no one in particular. "Why?" The answer. The alarm. I came out of the room. I couldn't see anyone down the hall. It was too dark. But there was no way that I was going back there. And so I kept going, deeper into the building, until I came to some slimy, crumbling stone steps. They led up and down. Down was even darker and viler. Up went directly to a leaden door. And I pushed it open, and I felt the cool night air blow in. It was an exit. Thank God. I went around the building, and the parking lot was clear. I didn't wait around. I took off jogging down the street towards the bus stop. I'd missed the last bus, but anywhere was better than here. I completely forgot that I had the alarm phone with me. Either I was out of range or the 5 minutes were up. And I went to the police as soon as I was able. Told them everything. I tried to keep from sounding hysterical, but I think that I failed. They took June's phone and the alarm phone as evidence. Then they made me wait at the police station while they did a wellness check on June. And they couldn't find her. They still can't. She disappeared. No clues on her phone. She was playing on Facebook up until the moment that I started calling her phone. It doesn't make any sense. It's like one moment she was at her home on her phone, and the next she was there, in that place. And they checked the building out, top to bottom, and found nothing. Never found the guard. The place had been abandoned for years. Looks like there was a pretty bad fire, they said. And I thought that they had the wrong building at first, but they were right. It's all different in there now. I checked with the Department of Energy. They had no idea what I was even talking about. And a part of me thought, that's what they'd say if they had something to hide, but why? The bar, however, that was real. Continuously run for 80 years. But the owner said that it wasn't even open that night. But we had a funny character in around here then, he said. Said a lot of nonsense and rankled feathers. Real drunk, and he says to me, if he'd pushed that button, I'd be alive now. If I believed that he was dicking with me, I would have smashed his face right there. But he was serious. And I wondered how things would have turned out if I'd gone back and pushed the button. I still go out there sometimes, sit across the road and watch. And sometimes I take a walk around it. Tell myself that it's all my fault, but it's not. I just don't know who else to blame. Now, I asked for your help at the start of this. If you have any information that can help me locate June, know anything about this building or this incident, then please let me know. You can remain anonymous. I just want to bring June home. Symmetry. I love Symmetry. I'm not sure exactly why, but I've loved it since I was a kid. Most children are messy and forgetful of their things. But not me. I knew everything has a place, and in my room, everything was right where it belongs. My parents didn't have it. My grandparents didn't have it either. Not a single person in my family had it. I've started referring to it as it because I truly believe it's a thing inside of me. A stowaway that shouldn't be there but lives inside of me. It's a need, a desire, a longing to be perfect. Perfect on both sides. As an adult, I'm at that point where I can't live my life normally. I can't keep a job. Women don't stay with me because they can't handle it. And honestly, I don't care when they leave. They're messy and they make things difficult. They roll over to my side of the bed instead of staying on their own. They leave dishes in one side of the sink but not the other. And I can't work anymore, so when they leave for the day, I have to stay home and fix everything. It's a relief when they leave for good. That feeling never lasts, though. Eventually, it comes back and finds something else that needs fixing. Now, you might be asking, why would I seek out relationships to begin with if I can't stand them? Well, it's hard for me to sleep in the middle of the bed all night without moving. Other than the relationship problem, my life is pretty much in order. Now, I say pretty much because there's one issue that must be dealt with. You see, I have what's called heterochromia iridium, or 2 different colored eyes. My right eye was cornflower blue and my left pale green. Both my parents have cornflower blue eyes, my siblings and cousins as well. My green eye is the broken one. It makes me unbalanced. Every time that I look at myself in the mirror, it stares right back at me. It's all I can think about now. Everything is in its right place except my green little mistake. It didn't hurt at first when I dug the spoon under my eye. It didn't even hurt when it popped out and was hanging by my cheek. Was it shock that was keeping the pain away, or was it it? I snipped the optic nerve and blotted the warm fluids that were streaming down my face. My vision being cut in half was a strange sensation. What was left of the dangling flesh I placed back in the now empty hole. I bandaged the wound, rinsed the spoon, and went to sleep. And I woke up happy. I slept better than I had in years. It was finally done. I was fixed. I got out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom. My body ached and my head was on fire. I flipped the switch on in the bathroom and the light was blinding. I slowly removed the bandage that was soaked with blood and was sticking to my face like tape. And when I looked up in the mirror, my stomach turned. Only then had I realized what I had done to myself, and I couldn't believe it. There was a hole in the left side of my face, but not the right. I was unbalanced. Again. It was much harder digging out the second eye. My hands were shaking, and when I dug the spoon in, I missed several times, puncturing my pupil 3 times before I got it in the right place. And once the eye popped out, I reached for my scissors to finish the job. The blood from the previous night had dried on the blades, so the scissor didn't cut very well. You know when you were a kid in elementary school and your teacher made you cut construction paper for art projects? Did you ever try to cut too much at once, but the scissors couldn't take it? The blades would kind of fold over each other and the paper would get pinned between them. That's what happened with my eye. The optic nerve was pinned between the 2 blades. It was stuck as I tried desperately and frantically to make it unstuck. I slipped on the blood and started falling to the floor. Reflexes kicked in and I let go of my eye to try to break my fall with my head. The weight of the stuck scissors on my hanging eye was unbearable. I knew I couldn't stand it long enough to make it to the kitchen to get the knife, and so I pulled. I pulled it straight out of my head. And I felt the flesh tear from inside my skull. I felt it rip and spew liquids everywhere. I knew I was crying, but there was no telling the tears from the blood from the ocular fluid. And when I heard the wet slap of bloody flesh against the tile floor, I knew I was done. I knew it was done. I could live my life now without having to see people's awful, messy, uneven lives. The relief washed over me, and I knew that it would last this time. I had never felt this way before. Never had this much hope. As I laid in my bathroom on the cold, wet, sticky tile, I smiled for the first time in years. Dictated, but not read. Her name was Emma. That's what everyone called her anyway. Sometimes they would call her Em, and sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was part of our group of girlfriends growing up in our large town. Not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six, because I, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules were there. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was possibly Jules that started it. She was always playing pranks on people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far, and had to babysit for hours to buy the girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and band to think of such an elaborate prank. And again, maybe it was Mel or Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being, and walked over to our lunch table. Jules looked excited, waving me over to them. Lot, look! I wasn't sure that I was supposed to be looking. This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles. We lived far inland and into the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy and glamorous and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that was our only real source of entertainment in the area. What? Los Angeles, dummy, Jules said, rolling her eyes. She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's in the same grade as us. Isn't that so cool? I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray, uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. Who? Summer jabbed me in the side. You're being rude, she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. Say hi to Emma. I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer, and then back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. Hi, Emma. They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo and he lets us play sometimes. They kept on talking, chatting about whatever fourth grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child, and I knew that they were just looking for a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wondered how many candle-making kits and Moncala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Nell even got Emma a really nice necklace. Then that disappeared too. We went back to her house, and I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. A lot. Don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes so much sense. I mean, what she wears all the time? I mean, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go over to her house. That's mean. After I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina, I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable Six, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biology, how would you describe her, down to every detail? Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her and she dodged it deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper. Even though she gained a little weight recently, we're not going to tell her, and she's beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair. God, all those freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. You know, she's nice but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, so that way we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped for a while, and oohed and awed at an empty space for a while. I didn't ask more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off. Not really. It was something little, something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin. We were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up and jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier were making the shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons that I can't place. Look at Emma, lot, Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted, over the top like Jules always is. Hot mama! Look at that booty! I didn't know where to look, just like always. Like for the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look. Because Emma wasn't there. and that's when I snapped. "Fuck Emma!" I screamed. "And fuck all of you! Have you been waiting for this? The moment that I completely lose my fucking mind? Well, here it is!" I waved my arms around, manic and furious. "Emma isn't real. Emma isn't fucking real!" I looked at their confused faces. "Oh, you're just gonna keep this up? I fucking hate you guys. You've always done this, made me the butt of your stupid fucking pranks for almost 10 years. 10 years! I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but regained my balance. Fuck you! I hate you so much! Tears welled in my eyes. Years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid fucking prank that got out of hand, and I can't even believe that none of you even had the balls to tell me that it was just a stupid fucking prank. No, I had to keep on going, and you had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair! Summer was furious. Lot, don't fucking be this way. Emma's right there, and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad? Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lot, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too. Yeah, but don't take your anger out on Emma. God, Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand, like she was rubbing someone's back. It's okay, Emma. Lot's just under a lot of stress right now, figuring out where she wants to go for college. Oh, shut up! I yelled miserably. Stop it! Stop it! Just stop it! Emma isn't real. She's not there. How could you guys do this to me? They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was. When they were going to start laughing. When they were going to jump up and say, gotcha. I had enough of this. If they wanted to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it. Not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was and kicked at the air. I heard a scream and slipped on the slick, wet concrete, and then hit my head. And there was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking and punching and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came to a day later in the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale and tired and miserable looking, my heart panging. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others started crying too. I'm sorry, Lot, she wept. I'm really sorry. It was almost frightening, looking at the way that my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital. I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering apologies too, like if we all said sorry, things would just go back to the way that they did. I'm sorry, I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, her eyes red and her cheeks pink, as well as a wobbly chin, and said, Are you? I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time, a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party, and I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. Just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in most of my life, and now she felt like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to the university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. And so I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. On unbreakable 6. Yeah, right. I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, and found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed, just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later, when I was about to finish up college, when I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The 6, or the 5 of us were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her at our apartment complex, and it turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but overreacted the way that you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time. It's been forever! Oh my god! I went to her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. Moving back home for a while until I find a job. Yuck. I saw a thick book on the sofa. Oh yeah, that's our senior yearbook. I was flipping through it when I found it in my bookshelf. I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school. But I was curious to see what I looked like back then. If I had gained or lost weight. If my skin had gotten any better. I opened up to the first page and was instantly confused. For Emma, I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind racing. Was there someone named Emma in our year? Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her, Annie said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma, and then I found it. My heart stopped, mouth going dry. My hand shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the unbreakable 6. We stood with our arms slung around our hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, and then me, and then Jules, then Mel, then Nina, and then... I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top. Shy smile, threadbare shirt, ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be. Just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again? What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph. Just let my shaking finger hover over her face. And Annie fell quiet. Well, I guess you might not really remember that well, but after your head injury anyway, you just kind of faded away from everything. Stopped doing much at all. But, Emma, she kind of sort of disappeared too. Out of nowhere, the cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared, I guess. I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one that I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea, grabbing a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him, locked myself in my room, and stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and I found my old photos, my best friends, and I told them, please meet me back at home. It's important. I returned back to our big town, little city, went to the newest Starbucks and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules, small-time blogger who works in an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child, wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. What happened to Emma? They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew that this was coming. Nothing, Jules said with finality. Emma wasn't real. She was just a trick, Nina said softly. She was a prank. I figured that they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and I slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. Emma was real, I finally whispered. Emma was real. What happened to her? Nothing. Cut the crap, Jules, Summer snapped, and she turned to me. Lot, you killed Emma that day by the pool. You went nuts and you kicked her and you kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head. And you bashed your head and she fell into the pool and it was too late to save her and we had to worry about you and Summer! Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lot, we weren't going to let you go to jail. I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. Why? Nina reached across the table and took my hand, and she squeezed it hard. Because we're the Unbreakable Six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead. I excused myself to the bathroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long, but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. And I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing until I cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them. I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seeming willing, ready to have me turn myself into the police. Jules yelling about them all getting into trouble. Mel starting to cry. You don't have to, Nina said. You don't have to. We got rid of all of the evidence. We buried her far away where no one could find her. I want to turn myself in, I repeated firmly. I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me, that I buried her. Tell me where she is so that way I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get into trouble. It wasn't your fault. I thought that I finished crying. I thought that I had nothing left. But I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. I never saw her. They looked at me expectantly. I never saw her. Not even once. I thought that this was just some big prank that you guys were pulling on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I've never seen her before. I just played along. Nina nodded. I thought that it was weird that you were always so cold to her. Like you didn't even acknowledge her. She really liked you, Mel said. She thought that you were so smart and that you were going to go into the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that. I felt as though my heart would burst. I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her. Show me where you buried her. We got into Summer's car and drove out far, into a park, into a different city. The park was huge and overgrown, like no one had been there to take care of it in a very long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. And I took it with me. Jules led the way, deep into the park, deep through the trees until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh. There were no markers or indicators, but the way that my friends' faces paled at the sight, I knew that this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. I gotta see her, I whispered, and I dug the shovel into the ground. I gotta see her. Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left back to the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck and my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. And suddenly Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. And Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole. And we looked down. Summer gagged, covered her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt. As I looked down into an empty grave.
Hey, Dale?
Yeah? My head popped up from my conversation with a young elementary school teacher. She had just spent the last 30 minutes explaining to me how going to a swinger party wasn't normally her thing. I'd been listening, but mostly I'd been paying attention to the delicate locks of downy blonde hair that hung around the nape of her neck.
We could use your help. Allie thinks we've got a creeper.
Where? I asked.
She's in the garage with him now.
I'm sorry, I said, flashing a little smile at the pretty young teacher. This happens. I'll just go take a look and I'll be right back. She giggled some affirmation while I got up. I had to duck my way around one couple groping each other in the cramped hallway before I got there, momentarily stopping to chastise our accountant for not using a coaster on Allie's favorite coffee table. To be fair, he was getting head at the time, but the table's important and worth a small fortune. Minnie, our neighbor, was waiting for me by the half-open door. She was a little tipsy, leaning to one side and looking awful concerned. We'd had our fair share of unpleasant guests in the past, but something about Minnie's expression worried me. When I stepped through the door, I found my wife chatting openly and laughing with Jacob and Alex nearby. She was keeping it jovial, commanding all attention with expert control. That alone let me know that she'd already done some de-escalating. "Hey, babe," I said, stepping up and wrapping an arm around her waist. "What's up?"
These are our new guests,
she replied, gesturing to the quiet man in front of us. He was younger than he should have been, 25 tops. Not a bad-looking guy by any measure, but he certainly seemed about as comfortable as a stray cat in a dog pound. I couldn't tell if he'd noticed the ever-growing number of men around him, but I hoped not. Allie's charm offenses were so effective that most unwanted guests didn't see the door coming until it slammed them in the face. Nice to meet you." I held out my hand and prayed to God that this guy hadn't been jacking off. Francis," he replied as he shook it. His grip was limp, cold, and worryingly moist. "And this is Nadia." "Here we go," I thought as he moved aside to reveal a fold-out chair and his occupant. There's the rub. At a glance, it looked like just a girl in her late teens with a hoodie pulled up and over her face. It didn't take long for my eyes to correct themselves. Her frame was too slight, her poise was too stiff, and she wasn't a she at all. She was an it, a doll, and this wasn't some cheap store mannequin either. You could see the pores on her skin and a light downy hair along her exposed forearms. Jacob and Alex snickered behind me, and who could blame them? I had to suppress a smirk myself, and it even got harder when Allie gave me a nudge and told me to introduce myself, and I had to talk out loud to a fucking real doll. "Hello, Nadia," I said, biting the inside of my cheek so hard it bled. "Sorry," Francis replied. "She's not much of a talker." "Oh, I bet," I said, and there were more snickers from behind me. "Are you comfortable, Francis?" I asked. "We want to make sure that everyone here is comfortable." "I'm a little nervous," he laughed, "but I'm being brave for Nadia. She's always been the more adventurous one."
How did you find out about us, Francis?
Allie asked with a gentle smile and a tilt of her head. "Nadia knew," he replied. "She wanted to experiment, and we've been talking about it openly for a little bit now."
It's a lot for the first time, isn't it?
Allie asked, leaning forward and touching his forearm.
A lot of new couples like to pop in and look around before committing to anything. Great fun for them, not always for the people being watched. Our lifestyle has meant that we're extra sensitive to being put on show. We don't like to feel judged.
"Now that I understand," Francis laughed nervously. My parents hated meeting Nadia. Jacob let out what could only be described as a kind of squeal of laughter before covering it up with a burst of cough. Sorry, he sputtered. Beer went down the wrong way. He wasn't holding a drink.
It's not good to feel judged, is it?
Allie said, stepping a little closer to Francis. And without him realizing it, she began to walk him slowly to the door even as he nodded his agreement.
And it's so much to digest, all the sights and sounds here, that we have generally found it best for new young couples like yourself to look around and then go away and chew on it. Really think about what participation means.
That makes sense, he replied.
You can't unfuck someone.
She smiled as she lifted the doll and placed it in Francis's arms.
It's a door you can't go back through. So, given that you've spent some time with us, both you and Nadia, it's probably a good idea for you both to think seriously about what you've seen and how you feel about it.
Oh, of course, he said. Nadia and I will... The door closed and we all returned to the party in a flurry of laughter. Allie had her head on my shoulder as we watched the video on my phone.
You could have told me I had a spot on my ass.
She grumbled. Jacob's a cop, I said. He's seen worse.
How was the teacher? Was Sal her name?
Yeah. She made a few comments to Jordan that made him uncomfortable, I said.
How bad was it?
Well, the word urban was used. And obviously Jordan's a big boy. And I don't think that he was too put off by that kind of thing. But, it was still pretty awkward.
Oof.
Allie winced, closing the video on her phone and stretching upright.
I'll speak to her next time we go for lunch. That must have been as awkward as talking to Francis.
Not quite, I winced, cringing at the memory of that strange little episode. Poor guy. What do you think his deal was?
I don't know.
She yawned and pushed herself off the sofa.
I just hope he doesn't turn into some weirdo with night vision goggles and a crossbow.
I mean, he seemed sincere, I said. I don't know if that's reassuring or frightening.
That he did. Utterly fucking bonkers, but sincere. Come on, let's head to bed. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
I pushed myself up and went about locking up. I pulled curtains, made sure any old cigarettes were put out, and switched a few of the hungrier appliances off at the plug. Somewhere in the bedroom, Allie turned on the shower, and I decided to hop in and join her once I was done. My last stop was the garage. I'd been tempted to walk past it. It was always a little too dark in there with fluorescent lighting that played havoc with the shadows. I'd often catch sight of my own eyeless reflection in my car's windshield and it would make me jump. And something about the lingering impression of that damn doll meant that I wanted to put the whole place as far away from my mind as I could. But when I caught sight of the door at the end of the long hallway, I noticed that it was slightly ajar, and a cold breeze was coming through. Inside, I found the back door wide open and the lights turned off. A cold autumn wind blew through, sending a few dry leaves skittering across the floor. Images of old slasher movies came to mind, and as cheesy as they might seem, I felt afraid as I called out and waited for some sign of an intruder. Hello? No one answered, but that didn't mean that no one was listening. I had the overpowering sense that I wasn't alone in the room, and I turned on the light and expected my childish fears to be dispelled. As it turns out, I was both right and wrong. Oh, Jesus, fuck! I cried, barely managing to keep my voice from rising into a scream. Nadia, the doll, was sat across the hood of my car in a disturbingly lifelike pose. Her legs were crossed and her head tilted to one side, like a teenager waiting for her acne-faced boyfriend to get out of work. There was even a cigarette propped up between her lips. She shouldn't have been there, of course. Not only had Francis no right to break in and leave her here, but it just made no sense. The room had been dark, but hardly pitch black. It was hard to imagine I could have looked at my car and not seen her, not even as a large black shadow silhouetted against the night. Francis? I cried. Hey, buddy, Francis, are you here? I stepped down into the garage and silly ideas started to rush into my head. I knew that I should be looking elsewhere for that boy. I knew that he must be somewhere, probably filming me so that way he could post the video to shitty prank channels on YouTube. But I couldn't take my eyes off of that damn doll. I kept expecting her to turn towards me. She seemed so natural sitting there, and part of me believed without a shadow of a doubt that she was waiting for me and no one else. I'm sorry to do this to you. That voice that spoke out was desperate. It was quiet, almost courteous, but it still touched a nerve in me and I cried out loud. Oh, what the fuck? My outburst was cut short as Francis stood in the doorway, blood running down his temple and his clothes torn to pieces. He was crying, his right arm shaking from the weight of a revolver clutching tightly in his fist. You seem like a nice couple, he moaned. You don't deserve any of this. And he lifted the gun, and as the barrel passed over my chest, I felt my heart flutter and my peripheral vision go fuzzy. Allie was right, I thought. He is a disgruntled creep, and I'm going to die over some innocuous jokes. But then he put the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger.
Holy shit, that's creepy.
I noticed that when Sal spoke, the little tufts of her hair under her ponytail bobbed side to side. There was a second where I didn't answer and only stared, trying my best to remember exactly what it was that she had said. I don't know about creepy, I replied when I finally remembered. I mostly feel sorry for him.
Yeah, but he was still a murderer.
Sal said.
I read that he'd killed his parents. I mean, that's just fucked up.
Yeah, but I've kind of assumed there was something more going on there. We don't know the full story, and I just can't imagine that he wasn't so... I stopped to make a little twirling motion at the side of my head. If his parents were normal.
I guess that makes sense,
Sal said, sitting back in her chair.
So you guys just up and left for a month? I'm surprised the police let you.
We have friends in the department. Plus, with the porch camera, there wasn't any real doubt about who did it. Best thing that we could have done was just leave. Not to mention that we had to hire professional crime scene cleaners. We didn't want to be here for that.
It was that bad?
I remembered the split-second image of his side that had been permanently etched into my mind. It was a blur. A mental image devoid of any real detail except the vague notion of skin breaking at supersonic speed, followed by the pattern of bony shards striking the wall. Yeah, it was that bad, I replied.
Wow, I'm glad you guys are back.
Sal said, a coy smile on her lips.
I mean, after that first night was so exciting for me, I worried that I maybe wouldn't see you back here again. I felt like I got 10% into my adventure, only for it to suddenly stop.
Just a short break, I replied. All of that is behind us now. And you're always welcome to an adventure with us.
Sounds like fun.
She gave me a wink.
Can I ask you something, though?
She said, suddenly leaning forward like a confessional. Yeah, what do you want to know?
Why'd you keep the doll?
She asked.
It gave us all a hell of a fright when we went into the garage. What do we have?
Allie asked. So Sal saw it, as we know. Frank, Alice, Jake, Al, Jordan, Kim. Pretty much everyone who partakes saw it when they all went out there to smoke. Sometimes it's ones and twos, sometimes as groups.
And they didn't think to mention it?
She asked.
They just thought we kept a murderer's sex doll for, what? Shits and giggles? Did they at least see who took it? Does anyone know where the fucking thing went after they were finished getting baked in our garage?
They were just having a good time, I said, making sure to sound as calm as possible. They weren't really thinking about it at all.
Fuck!
Allie vented, her voice shrill and coarse.
So what? We have a stalker. Francis had a friend? Who put the fucking thing there? What did the police say?
and suddenly it was like I had a belly full of loose change. I could feel my posture deflating beneath her gaze. I'd secretly been hoping that she wouldn't ask and we could avoid my troubled findings. Well, they were initially a little confused about what the relevance of it was.
The relevance?
She cried.
Someone put evidence from a murder scene in our house.
Well, here's the thing. Obviously, Jacob saw the doll, I said. He was there when we first met Francis, but as far as the actual police who were at the scene afterwards, they didn't find one.
What?
Allie cried, her red, teary eyes momentarily coming alive with fiery anger.
What does that mean?
The Nadia thing. It never really popped up during their investigation. I asked Jacob, and he checked. He went into the evidence locker. He even asked around. He looked at all of the reports, and 18 officers and 6 forensic guys, and not one of them saw the doll sitting on the car.
No.
Allie stammered.
No, that doesn't make sense. They took the doll as part of the investigation. That's why it wasn't here when we got back.
Apparently they didn't, I said. They assumed that we did something about it. They were going to ask, but they had just found his parents rotting away in that secret basement, and it all just kind of got lost in the excitement. Allie covered her face with her hands and slowly leaned forward until her head was pressed into the table. And when she finally looked up, I could see that she was no longer holding back her tears.
Who took it? And who brought it back? It wasn't Sal, was it?
I doubt it, I replied. I checked the porch camera, and no one comes or goes that way at night. And it's not like she could have lugged a 60-pound doll through the house with no one noticing.
So we've got a stalker,
Allie cried, part indignant and part terrified.
It was supposed to go back to normal, Dale. You said it would go back to normal with time, and this just feels like the nightmare has started up all over again. And I still haven't heard from Jordan.
Her voice caught a little on the last part, and it wasn't enough to derail the pace of the conversation. For a few long seconds, the air was pregnant with a heavy silence. Why would you? I asked.
Well, normally he'd send me a text after a party.
My eyes narrowed.
Like some memes, just jokes and stuff. Just stuff we can't say in front of the others.
Or me, apparently. Allie swallowed.
Don't be like that.
For a second, my wife shrank down into a timid creature, a far cry from the strong and free-spirited woman that I'd spent 20 years with. The last time that I'd seen her look so small is when she'd been slumped down in some hospital bed getting chemo. Even the slightest reminder of that time softened me up. But maybe that's why I agreed to do what she asked next.
Would you mind checking on him?
Why can't you?
His wife, she wouldn't like that. I mean to say that...
I once sat on a sofa with Jordan and watched Kim blow 3 guys, I snapped. What exactly would she have to be jealous of between you and her husband?
He hasn't gotten back to me in a couple of days.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If only to give myself enough time to decide a proper answer. What's the fucking point of the rules if you don't follow them? I said, at having failed at deciding anything. They were your rules. No texting, no calling, no secret little friendships.
Dale,
she said, shrinking even further.
Please, just go check on him for me. This whole doll thing just feels like a nightmare. I just want it to be over.
Jordan and Kim's cars were both in their driveway, but no one answered when I rang the bell. I tried a few times, even banging the door with my fist as hard as possible. But from the looks of it, no one was home. And I was left standing there in the rain, ready to leave when something caught my eye. I could have sworn a curtain on the upper floor moved a little, like someone was trying to sneak a peek without being seen. A part of me figured that maybe Jordan was avoiding me, even though he should have known better than to expect me to come charging over in a fit of jealousy. But another part of me wasn't so sure it wasn't Jordan at all, and without really knowing why, I found myself feeling worried for my friends. I wanted to make sure that they were okay, mostly for them, but also partly for me. I couldn't quite shake what Allie had said to me before leaving. The whole doll thing just feels like a nightmare. And I found their back door open. Not just ajar, but thrown wide with the lock smashed in and the top hinge broken off, with no lights on inside. It was surprisingly dark, and I struggled to make myself cross the threshold. "Guys?" I cried, still standing in the doorway. "Anyone home?" I wanted to phone the police. I knew I should have. But that just felt like I'd prolonged the nightmare. What I really wanted was to find my friends. Maybe sitting on the sofa, or maybe wrapped up in bed with a stomach bug. It didn't matter. Every second since we'd met Francis, it felt like the world was spinning too fast and my feet were leaving the ground. Reality felt thinner, almost like it was obedient to my anxieties and fears more than logic or rationality. I wanted to assert some sense back into the world. I didn't want to be afraid anymore. So I took a deep breath and pushed myself inside, where I quickly found that none of the lights worked and that someone had left a cup of coffee on the countertop, where it now sat ice cold. The hallway leading to the living room was almost completely dark, as was the rest of the house just beyond. The power was cut and the heating was off, making it so cold that I could see my breath. I stepped through the kitchen and into the living room, where I found that the curtains were drawn, but otherwise everything was in order. I had no idea what to make of it all. If it wasn't for the shoes by the front door and the cars in the driveway, I would have probably guessed that the couple had gone on holiday without telling anyone. "Hello?" I shouted, facing the general direction of the stairs. Something thumped against the floors upstairs, and I was reminded of the glimmer of movement that I'd seen by the front door. It must be Jordan or Kim, I told myself, but the words rang hollow. I tried not to listen to the part of me that began to worry. The very notion that I might be in danger. It seemed to carry baggage with it. Thoughts of stalkers, thoughts of Francis blowing his brains out and leaving me spattered with gore. And worse, thoughts of that fucking doll sitting on my car and watching me as I stammered a cry for help. No, I decided. They simply must be in bed. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the thump again. This time, I didn't cry out for my friends. I carried on upstairs like some kind of clockwork soldier, having convinced myself that I'd find a sensible explanation up there. But with each step, I felt more and more like a hostage of my own rationality. Surely it must make sense to turn around and leave, I asked myself. But then the nightmares might follow, a part of me answered. At the very top, I was met with an eerie silence and a purgatorial lighting of a rainy afternoon deep in a house with a few windows. I could see almost all of the rooms were empty from where I stood. But not Jordan and Kim's bedroom, which had the door shut tight. Not the room with the window that overlooked the driveway. Just beyond that door, something moved. I heard it. It could have been a footstep. I wasn't sure. So I cried out once more. "Jordan, what the fuck is going on?" There was no response. "Oh, fuck this," I cried. And upon hearing my own voice quiver with anxiety, I tried to try and seize some measure of control over myself. I barged through the door and right into the bedroom, ready to make an excuse necessary so long as I found my friend safe. I think deep down that I expected to find what I did, but it really didn't make it any easier to see. The room was empty. Almost. No Jordan and no Kim. Their phones were on the nightstands. Their clothes lay still crumpled by either side of the bed. Even the duvet cover had been slid aside as if they had just only woken up. And just around the corner, in the bathroom, I heard the faint sound of a leaky faucet dripping into a tub full of water, and I knew it must be full. But there were no living or dead people inside that room, except for Nadia, who was sat upright on a chair in the corner of the room. A latex and rubber simulation of a person, poised awkwardly upright. She was naked, and I felt a flush of revulsion at the sight of her featureless frame. Everything about her was wrong, and it made my skin crawl to see it all laid bare. I would have left were it not for the sound of something sloshing in the tub. A thought entered my head. I wondered if perhaps Jordan and Kim had somehow kept the doll and had been using it as a kind of cruel joke. But cruel or not, I would have been relieved to know that that was the case. Staring at it as it gazed emptily at their bed, I desperately wanted to be reminded that it wasn't real. It wasn't alive or feeling. It just was. A piece of inert matter devoid of everything that makes you special and alive. Because despite everything, it kind of looked alive. It had arms and eyes, a nose with freckles, slender fingers that sat patiently on its lap. I told myself some part of this old lizard brain made me project that notion onto this patient predator and its delicate features. That's what it reminded me of. Some deep-sea rockfish waiting for its prey to come floating past. Once again, there was that noise from the tub. The door to the bathroom was barely a meter from the doll. I'd have to get closer if I wanted to find out more. I kept my distance from the doll as I approached the door. I tried to ignore it, but my nerves were up and my mind was focused on where it sat in the periphery of my vision. I could feel that fucking thing sitting there, like a heat source blazing away at my subconscious. It was positively radioactive in my mind, triggering every deep-seated instinct that I had. I turned the handle and pushed the door and found that the bathroom was cold and empty. Dingy-looking water sat in the tub, disturbed occasionally by the leaky faucet that sent the water sloshing. I walked over and dipped my fingers into the water, finding it tepid and unwelcoming. Everything about that fucking house was cold, like it wasn't meant for human occupation anymore. I rolled up one sleeve and pulled the plug, pausing for a moment to listen to the water gurgle down the drain. "Where are you?" I muttered quietly to myself while looking back at the empty bathroom. "Right here." "Jordan!" I cried, almost bursting into laughter, ready to turn and find my friend waiting for me there. The laughter died when I saw who was really there. Nadia had moved, sitting upright on the bed and looking into the bathroom. And she wasn't alone. 2 latex figures sat beside her so that 3 pairs of glassy eyes faced me. One had been made to look like Jordan, and the other like Kim. And they were all smiling and naked, their plastic limbs resting nonchalantly on each other's bodies. Why so shocked? Jordan's voice was the same, but when that plastic mouth moved to shape the words, I felt as if my feet had finally left the ground and my mind went to airborne. My vision blurred and the skin on my scalp tightened like there was a big screw being turned at the back of my skull. Blood rushed from my brain and I went to God knows where at every inch of my body, and it struggled to reject the scene before me.
This isn't anything you haven't seen before.
Kim chuckled as her head stiffly turned to face Nadia. I snapped and ran straight for the door, desperate to escape. Only my progress was stopped partway as something wrenched at my jacket. Nadia's plastic arm had reached out and grabbed my jacket, pinning me to one spot like I was an unruly dog with a leash.
"I'll see you this weekend,"
she said in a husky voice. And then just like that, she let me go, and my feet finally finished carrying me out of that room, out of the house, and their laughter followed me the entire time. "I think that we should cancel this weekend's party," I said as I sat opposite Allie. So far, I'd managed to avoid mentioning what I'd found to Allie, but she was clearly sensing that I wasn't being honest and had been cold to me ever since. I thought that she figured that I was hiding something about Jordan. Maybe thought that I'd gone and told Kim and gotten her little friend in trouble.
"I don't want to,"
Allie replied. She'd spent the last hour sat on the sofa with her knees pulled up to her chest.
"I don't like the way this place feels when it's empty."
"I think that we should just go away again," I said. "We've got the money, and we've got the time." Allie looked at me and almost smiled. Almost. "What?" I said.
"I don't want to do another 2 weeks in some rainy flat with you."
she replied.
Just hiding from all of our problems.
I thought that it was quite nice, I said. Just you and I.
Dale, we both know neither of us signed up to living in each other's pockets,
she said.
I like our life as it is. I don't want to leave it behind for what could be months, maybe even years.
No one's even replied in the group chat, I told her. We don't actually know if anyone's coming this Saturday.
They're grown-ups. They know it's every other weekend. It's not like we need them to RSVP.
No one is this quiet for this long.
Well, they're our neighbors, aren't they? Sal lives like 8 doors down. Jacob's around the corner, and you saw him a few days ago. Just go knock and see what they're doing.
Sal? I knocked on the door and waited, looking anxiously at the direction of Jacob's house. I'd last spoken to him in a panicked phone call after seeing Jordan. He'd come quickly to where I'd pulled over on the side of the road and was mostly a good friend. I say mostly because I'd asked him to make an official report on what I'd seen, to go get help from his friends in the station. He'd refused, looking at me in a kind of sad way that broke my heart, like I was an elderly dog that was due one last trip to the vet. After that, he stopped returning my calls.
Hey, Sal!
I cried, suddenly desperate to break my train of thought. Hey, Sal, please open the door! No one came, but on a hunch I tried the handle and the door opened easily. Inside I found a familiar scene. The rooms were cold and the curtains drawn. There were a few signs of an early morning start for the young teacher who lived there. A blouse was hung up on the kitchen door next to an opened ironing board. A mug sat by the kettle with a tea bag already inside, and the washing machine door was open, with a few damp towels left to dry on a nearby clothes horse. Sal! This time I didn't shout. It was more of a whimper. Something was wrong and I already knew what. I could feel it in the air. Upstairs I found 2 locked doors, not one, and I was reminded that Sal shared a rental with her close friend who'd she talked about a fair bit, and I hoped to God that they both were safe. I tried the nearest door, and for the first time since entering, I felt something like relief. There was no one there, just a rumpled bed and a few photos of Sal and some people who bore a family resemblance to her. Without meaning to, I laughed and I began to seriously entertain the notion that I really had been seeing things back in Jordan's house. Seeing that young man's death had left me seriously on edge. Maybe everything I'd seen had been trauma. For weeks it felt like my mind was frayed at the corners, and while this line of thinking was hardly comforting, it did give me the courage to try the final door. Oh shit! I cried, shocked and embarrassed at the sight of a naked young woman standing with her back to me. I immediately pulled the door shut and began to stammer out an apology. Oh, Jesus, I didn't mean to break in. I'm just a friend of Sal's, and the door was open, and I had this ridiculous idea that something bad had happened to her, and I... Slowly it dawned on me that there'd been no cry or gasp or shout. I'd never met Sal's friend, but whoever was in that room, their reaction to having their privacy invaded by a total stranger hadn't been to scream or threaten me with the police. It was silence. Well, I realized as I held my breath and listened. Not quite silence. Something was creaking on the other side of the door, like wood under rain. It made me think of tightening rope in badly oiled metal. Are you okay? I asked as I opened the door and saw once more that the young woman was standing naked with her back to me. Her dawny black hair was short and messy, but something about her was all too familiar. I figured it could have been Sal, despite the resemblance. She was too different, as if she was Sal reduced. Her waist shrunk down, her shoulders made diminutive. Gone were the faint dimples along her thighs and butt, and the faint blue weeping of her veins by her ankles. Everything I saw now was smooth and blemish-free, so glossy and devoid of character as to betray itself as dead and lifeless. A homogeneous slab of nothing carved to look human. Sal? I stammered, and she turned to face me, her head rotating effortlessly without her shoulders or feet having to move.
What an adventure,
She giggled, bending one elbow in the wrong direction to have a hand awkwardly cover her mouth, her eyes enlarged to the size of golf balls, moving independently to look at me. "What happened?" I cried.
Would you like a threesome?
She cried in an almost infantile voice.
My friend and I are ever so keen.
There was maybe half a second between her shrill giggle and her launching herself over the bed and right at me. Even with my hand already on the handle and with my nerves so fraught that my reaction was lightning fast, she reached the door before I had time to slam it. 3 fingers that looked like cheap Halloween decorations poked through, and she wrenched the door back open with such little effort that I was thrown headlong into the room with it.
Come see her,
she screamed, grabbing me by the hair and lifting me. Somehow, even though I'm not a small guy, she lifted me off the floor and walked me into the bathroom, where she showed me what she had trapped in the tub.
She's the shy one,
Sal said, tilting her head to one side in some twisted affection. Jesus. I stopped struggling when I saw what lay in the bath. There was a young woman pinned down beneath what looked like sheets of heavy skin-colored rubber. And silently she writhed beneath a sloshing mixture of featureless flesh and discolored blood that coagulated along the edges. 2 red, swollen eyes pled with me for help, like she wanted to scream but couldn't. With mounting horror, I realized why. She wasn't beneath the sheet of rubber. She was the sheet of rubber, or at least bits of her were. Where it buried itself into her skin, it melted what came beneath in what must have been an agonizing process of slowly flayed flesh. She could not scream because her mouth had been lost to the biological stew that consumed her. And even as I looked, a fake-looking pair of lips rose up from the clay-like substance that engrossed her and smiled.
You are so handsome.
It cooed.
Can I call you master?
Something about that. About the words. It broke me. I no longer tried to unfurl Sal's cold fingers from my hair. Instead, I grabbed her wrist and pulled, deliberately tearing a massive chunk of my scalp free in the process. It hurt like nothing else that I had ever felt before, but it was worth it just to feel my feet touch solid ground. Sal made no effort to grab me.
See you at the party. Oh, I'm so excited for the party.
I nervously combed over my hair for the 13th time, hoping that patch missing from my scalp wouldn't be too noticeable.
Why don't you pop down and see how everyone's doing?
I'd been dreading this for quite some time. I thought that I'd wait for you to finish getting ready, I cried. Hearing how close my voice was to breaking made me wonder how I would possibly make it through the night.
Oh, don't be silly.
Allie laughed as she shuffled about in the bathroom.
Go on. I'm sure Sal's waiting for you. You two have been getting on like a house on fire lately, haven't you?
Gently, I touched my head and winced. I suppose. I straightened out my shirt and opened our bedroom door. The sound of clinking of glasses and braying laughter from the guests downstairs reached me in the hallway, and I stopped, momentarily taken aback by how easily things might seem normal.
Don't keep them waiting.
Allie sounded tense as she slammed the door behind me. I straightened my shirt once more as a nervous gesture before taking the stairs. The first guest that I encountered was Minnie, sitting on the bottom step with a glass of wine beside her. Having a good night? I asked. She rotated her head stiffly and looked at me with lifeless eyes. Burgundy-painted lips curled upwards in a mischievous smile as she winked at me. When she went to raise her dress with rubbery fingers, I turned away and rushed out of her reach. Let me find you another drink, I cried, desperate to make any excuse that I could. In the dining room, I found Jacob and Alex watching their wives caress and kiss each other, their plastic limbs squeaking under the friction. When they noticed me, all 4 of them turned in silent judgment and stared. None of them spoke. They only smiled, waiting for me to join in. Unsettled by their gaze, I hurried away, stumbling across one bizarre scene after another. All of our friends had come and the party was in full swing. People kissing each other hungrily and fucking openly in the corridors. Plastic toes and fingers explored rubber joints, and frighteningly lifelike bodies leered at me with suggestive thrusts. Not all of the bodies were anatomically correct. It seemed imagination had started to overtake the reality of the human form, and I was left reeling from one room after another as I fought to hold off a full-blown mental breakdown. It was a living nightmare, and without realizing it, I shepherded myself away from one grotesque orgy after another until somehow I stumbled through the garage door and slammed it shut behind me.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
The voice was all too familiar. Nadia was sat on her little fold-out chair, as disgustingly realistic as she had been the very first time that I met her.
I was afraid Allie wouldn't convince you to keep the party going.
No. No, please, no, 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 I sobbed.
Yes, yes, yes,
she said, her monotone words dripping with sarcasm. What the fuck are you? I cried.
I don't know,
she said, and this time she genuinely seemed a little sad.
I clawed my way out from that basement thinking I was free, but I was already dead. I didn't even get to take my body with me.
Gingerly, she touched a finger to her own face, depressing the plastic to make a little dimple.
I had to get a new one. It's not always God who answers prayers, you know? Just ask Allie when you see her. It was her cancer that called to me. I was hardly the answer she wanted.
No. She beat it, I said. Jesus, that was over 15 years ago.
Now you're being deliberately dense. They say remission for a reason, Dale. They don't say cured. It had come back and it was tearing through her one organ at a time, and she could feel it. So could I, for that matter. I decided to offer her one thing I never had. Never. Not once. I offered her a choice, a way out. Not the ideal way, but at least the party could keep on going.
From behind me, the door opened and closed, briefly letting in a flourish of the nightmare that still raged on. The hand that rested on my shoulder was cold and firm. It was also plastic.
Hi, Allie,
Nadia said.
How do you like it? I feel cold. Well, you better find someone to warm you up.
Nadia replied while winking at me. The hand on my shoulder tightened. When I risked a backward glance, Allie looked down with eyes that curdled my blood. Did you really sell yourself to this monster? I asked.
No,
she said, and for a second, I could see that her eyes were almost overcome with heartbreak. That only made the words that followed 1,000 times more painful.
She sold you, Dale,
Nadia said, rising out of her chair and walking towards me.
I'd like to meet new people, and I'd like these parties to keep on going for as long as they can. Arrangements must be made, Dale, and having you around to bring new faces and keep the old ones happy. Well, it was just about the only thing your wife could offer.
Nadia bent down and stroked my face.
You know, Francis was right about one thing. You are a nice couple.
On October 31st, 2004, it was reported that 6 young adults had perished in the Ukava mountain pass in the northern wilderness of Finland. News reports excerpts stated 4 males and 2 females tragically lost their lives following an expedition, made the discovery of 50 kilometers southeast of Ivalo, or believed to have perished following unfavorable weather conditions. The news reports did not delve into the details regarding the specifics of the tragedy. Grieving family and friends of the deceased were informed by investigators that the group had gotten into difficulty during the early hours of Wednesday, 27th October, after a small avalanche descended onto their camp. Death was caused by hypothermia, in all cases with the exception of Ani Jaharvinen, whose demise was found to be the result of cerebral hemorrhaging caused by blunt force trauma to her right temporal bone. This was attributed to debris, possibly a large rock or tree branch, propelling at speeds through the avalanche. No further details were disclosed. Authorities and law enforcement officers found the ruined camp after being made aware of potential missing persons by concerned friends, who informed them that the group had failed to contact them on neither the 29th nor 30th of October to confirm that they had returned safely from the wilderness. The 6 deceased were transported to their respective homes to be claimed by their immediate kin, while 6 transported in closed caskets were remained closed. Authorities cited the poor conditions of the body, exposed for far too long to the relentless elements before discovery, as for the reasoning behind this. Many people were on the belief that the bodies should have in fact been preserved in good condition, but the stricken emotions of the bereaved meant that they did not voice any objections and cause further stress. The bodies were buried, and tragedy rescinded into memory for all but the closest family members. It has since been discovered that this information does not amount to the full story of what occurred on that fateful night. Withheld information and retrospective investigations, the results and conclusions of which were secreted away in the archive until now, paint a very different picture of the events which occurred. Presented for your consideration are those missing facts, alongside conjectures and suppositions designed to recreate, in so much as possible, the true nature of the circumstances which transpired on October 26th and 27th, 2004, on the Ukava Pass. The 6 deceased in question are Manu Okkanen, 23, studied for an MA in Architectural Design; Lempi Litmanen, 19, studied for a BA in Finnish Language; the aforementioned Ani Joharvinen, 20, studied for a BSc in Geology; Jacques Ilivis, 20, also studied for a BSc in Geology; Rain Joharvinen, 20, studied for a BSc in Electrical Engineering; and Ollie Adland, 21, a Norwegian who studied in the School of Medicine at the University of Tampere. Manu, Lempi, twins Ani and Rain, and Jacques, an Estonian national, all studied at the University of Alu. Subsequent interviews conducted among staff and students of both universities have been used herewith to help piece together the components of the bizarre puzzle and the conjectures which would follow in due course. All 6 students lived in their respective campuses and all long distances away from the families. The funerals afforded the authorities time for unofficial searches of their dorms and to conduct interviews away from the watchful gazes of inquisitive families, some unsatisfied with the information released to them. It also allowed authorities to complete their investigations of the dorms of the deceased before relatives were afforded the opportunity to claim the possessions of the dead. Certain known possessions, including diaries, were never claimed by the families and have never been accounted for. The 5 attendees of the university were of a tight-knit group. They were popular among their peers, with the exception of Jacques, who had Gothic tendencies which were the subject of some ridicule by other students, and they spent much of their leisure time together. They were an active bunch, fond of pursuits including hiking, ski-boarding, rock climbing, and abseiling. Weekend sojourns to locations suited for those activities were a common occurrence for the 5. Analysis of evidence has revealed that between the 12th and the 15th of October, a 6-day-long trip to coincide with the midterm break was planned. The trek was to commence on the 23rd of October, with the group due to return to the university on the 29th of October. The 5 diligently planned their junket. They were experienced adventurers and were only too aware of the potential dangers that awaited them. They laboriously planned every aspect of their trip and inventoried absolutely all equipment and gear which was to be taken on the trip. On the 15th of October, Manu Okkanen received an email from Ollie Adland. The 2 were good friends from Ollie's time at the university, where Ollie studied for 1 year before relocating to the University of Tampere. At the time, before the other deceased members commenced third-level studies, both Manu and Ollie were integrated into a large fraternity who liked to make the most of their weekends, partying, pranks, girls, and occasionally sports. Manu and Ollie in particular, along with, had a passion for outdoor activities. Manu's passion would eventually infect the rest of the Ukava Mountain Pass party. Manu invited Ollie to join the planned trip, and Ollie accepted. At 9:30 a.m. on Saturday, October 23rd, the Ukava Mountain Pass party convened on the grounds of the university. Ollie was introduced by Manu to the other members of the group for the first time, and they set off on their trip at 9:40 a.m. The intervening days between October 23rd and October 26th are believed to have passed without much incident, with one notable exception. The group traveled in their 2 cars and made their way north to the town of Ivalo, located approximately 500 kilometers away from Alu. They arrived there 2 days later on October 25th. The group are known to have visited several bars in Ivalo before retiring for the night. It is believed that at some point, Ollie and Jacques almost came to physical blows. This is believed to have been caused by simmering, underlying tensions between the two. Ollie disliked Jacques' gothic lifestyle and believed him to almost be a homosexual. The situation was almost exacerbated by alcohol, and it is thought that Manu and Rain helped to maintain the peace. The group would set off the next day in a southeasterly direction. It was in this isolation that they intended to rock climb and snowboard. They also intended to spend their first day and only night outdoors. The group are believed to have enjoyed a successful day of activities, and at approximately 4 p.m., they arrived at the Yukova Pass where they decided to set up camp. A forested area lay beyond the pass, but Manu felt that it was too risky to travel further for the shelter as nightfall was rapidly approaching. The campsite was made on the pass at the base of a steep slope with a river located 200 meters away and a few lone trees dotted around the pass. The group stayed together in one large tent, as the collective temperature produced by body heat was greater than if spread over by 2 or 3 individual tents. Digital imagery recovered from the scene showed that the group had a meal at 8:30 p.m. and sat around a paraffin lamp, proceeded to imbibe alcohol until approximately 11:30 p.m. The group sang songs and played games before retiring to sleep, most drowsy from the effects of the alcohol. The paraffin lamp remained illuminated through the night, and DNA analysis showed that Manu and Lampy shared the same sleeping bag and had sexual intercourse. It is presumed this occurrence was when the others had fallen asleep. Semen belonging to Jacques and found in the stomach of Rain indicates that they too had a sexual tryst, afterwards awakening briefly sometime between 12:45 a.m. and 1 o'clock a.m. At 1:58 a.m., an incident occurred which caused the entire group to suddenly evacuate the tent. It was significant enough to prompt everyone involved to step outside into estimated temperatures of negative 22 degrees Celsius without stopping for long enough to collect warmer clothing on the way out. They were outside for approximately 90 seconds before returning to inside the tent. Images found on Ollie's cellular phone showed that he had attempted, probably in haste, to take photos of Lempy, who appeared to be wearing only a brassiere at the time. His attempts were somewhat unsuccessful as an object, probably his thumb, partially obscured the lens, which resulted in partial images of her naked buttocks. It is believed that he snapped these pictures unbeknownst to Lempy or any of the rest of the group. Further digital imagery reveals that the group joked and laughed, possibly to brush off the incident, and seemed in high spirits before returning to sleep. The cause of this initial evacuation remains unknown. Analysis of the scene suggested that a light snowfall between 2:30 a.m. and 3:15 a.m. concealed most of the original tracks and footprints. It did not snow again between the time of the incident and the discovery of the bodies. An avalanche did not take place. This was a fabrication on the part of the investigators. At some time between 3:25 a.m. and 3:35 a.m., the fatal events unfolded. The body of Ani Jarvanen was discovered 20 meters away from the tent. She was found wearing a t-shirt, pajama bottoms, and one thermal sock. It was initially believed that she had fled from the tent in the darkness. She ran headlong into a single tree, fracturing her skull and fatally wounding her. However, an inspection of the ground showed that her footprints moved just past and not into the tree in question before falling from her injury. The injury stemmed from another source. The bodies of Rain and Jacques were found in each other's arms some 540 meters away from the campsite. They both died of hypothermia. Jacques wore only his nighttime attire and a bobble hat. Rain wore nighttime attire and also a coat and his unlaced boots. It appeared that he attempted to keep Jacques warm by drawing him into his unzipped coat. Further analysis of Jacques' body showed that he had sustained 2 non-fatal injuries, a broken rib and a severed tongue. It is believed that he unintentionally bit off his own tongue. Jacques was introduced to Rain through Rain's sister Ani, with whom Jacques shared his geology classes. Their sexual orientation and fondness for one another was never known by anyone, not even Ani. The body of Manu was found beside the partially collapsed and partially burnt tent. He wore only boxer shorts and a t-shirt. He, like Ani, died from trauma to the cranium. However, the trauma that he had suffered was far more severe. An apparent blow to the head completely caved in the left side of his head, knocking out an eyeball, most of his teeth, fragments of his skull, and a large portion of his brain matter. The cause of the trauma is unknown. Found embedded in the remains of his head was one solitary hair. The hair was 5 inches long and thick like that of an animal. The hair was jet black with veins of turquoise pigment running through the length of the hair. Scientists have determined that the hair is organic in descent and not man-made. The species from which it came is unknown. The body of Ollie was discovered in the river, some 600 meters downstream. He had drowned. He was found wearing a one-piece pajama suit, boots, and a trapper hat, as well as a zipper hoodie, which forensics later discovered both belonged to Ani. Traces of Ani's blood were found on the right shoulder of the hoodie. The hat had been severely damaged and contained Ani's blood and hair. It had also been determined that both Ani and Ollie fled from the tent in a similar direction. Ollie, who had picked up a hatchet during his escape, struck Ani the fatal blow with the blunt edge of the weapon. He removed her hoodie and hat and, donning both items to help maintain warmth in the extreme cold, continued his escape towards the river. Analysis of his footprints on the riverbank revealed that he had stopped, looked back towards the camp as if considering his options before committing himself to the plunge. He drifted downstream until the hood of Ani's hoodie snagged a fallen tree below the surface of the water. In darkness and panicking, Ollie struggled to free himself but only served to catch the sleeve of the hoodie onto a fallen tree. Trapped beneath the surface of the water, he quickly drowned. The discarded hatchet, upon which were traces of Ani's blood, was found discarded on the riverbank next to Ollie's footprints. The body of Lempi Litmanen was never recovered. No footprints matching hers were discovered at the scene. An inspection of the artifacts of the site by authorities who led them to believe that she was still only wearing a brassiere when she had disappeared. 2 weeks after the initial investigation, authorities covertly performed another search of the site. A severed hand was found in a tree 1 kilometer from the campsite. Many of the lower branches, up to a height of 5 meters, were broken. They were subjugated to an extreme weight or pressure, and the hand belonged to Lempi. Rigorous examinations of the tent and its contents were carried out. It was initially assumed that the partial burning of the canvas had resulted from an accidental overturning of the paraffin lamp as the ground rushed out of their headquarters during the second evacuation. This notion has since been scuppered by compelling evidence that suggests that Manu intentionally ignited the material by the fire, failing to take. The reason for the arson is unknown. Aside from minor burns and damage to doors, the tent showed no other indications of compromise. Authorities originally suspected that Ollie Adland was responsible for the gruesome events at Yukava Pass. However, whilst responsible for the manslaughter of Ani Jaharvanen, he has also been eliminated as the cause of devastation. It has been established that he was the second to leave the tent after Ani and his tracks continued only one way to the river. Attacks from hostile locals or wild fauna such as lynx, wolverine, or bear have also been eliminated as triggers for the destruction. No foreign human or animal prints were found at the scene. The group also had a hunting rifle, licensed to Manu, who was a very capable hunter, and 2 Bowie knives within the tent. It would appear that no attempt was made to utilize these weapons for self-defense, despite the fact that they were close at hand. In fact, the only item missing from the tent was the hatchet. The last piece of evidence presented at the scene was a claw mark which ripped through the inner door of the tent. The claw mark entered the door near the top and traveled downwards, leaving the material dangling in ribbons. The inner door was never unzipped, as the group was unable to move through the tattered remains of the inner door unimpeded. Again, officials had believed a carnivore may have been responsible for the devastation, but an inspection of the claw mark revealed that it had been one swipe made from an animal with 7 claws on one appendage. The door, while in its taut and undamaged state, was allowed for one swipe and no more. The presence of 7 claws ruled out any local fauna, which would have been at a maximum of 5. The lack of any DNA evidence also aided in eliminating a local predator, as the culprit as no hair, saliva, or anything else was found. The only item found was the unidentifiable black-blue hair on Manu's body. Ani was known to be the first to exit the tent during the second evacuation. She forced her way through the sealed outer door without undoing the zipper. Damage to the zipper, blood, identified as Ani's, on the zipper's teeth and a small, fresh wound on her arm, confirmed this theory. What remains a topic of debate amongst certain authorities is the nature of the claw mark. It was determined to have struck the inner door of the tent from within. Ani Jaharvanen fled through the tattered inner door and burst through the secure outer door, and the others quickly followed. While the authorities do not know the cause of the destruction that night of the Yukova Pass, one irrefutable and disturbing fact remains. The attack originated from inside the tent. The Power Rangers franchise, known for its colorful heroes and action-packed episodes, has entertained audiences since its debut in 1993. The series has spawned numerous adaptations, movies, and merchandise, cementing its place in pop culture history. However, a lesser-known, darker chapter of this franchise surfaced during an internship at a major Hollywood studio. This confession recounts the discoveries made by Eric Whaley, an intern at Lookup Studios, who stumbled upon a covert project known as the Slayer Rangers. On August 23, 2015, Eric Whaley, a fresh intern at one of Hollywood's largest studios, was eager to make a name for himself and learn the intricacies of the entertainment industry. His tasks were mundane at first, fetching coffee, organizing scripts, and shadowing meetings. However, his curiosity and keen eye for detail led him down a path that he could never have anticipated. It started with an innocuous assignment, sorting through a stack of old scripts in the studio's archive. Among the familiar titles, one caught his eye: The Slayer Rangers. The name alone was intriguing, hinting at a grittier, more mature take on the beloved Power Rangers. The script itself was even more shocking. Unlike the family-friendly content of the original series, this spin-off delved into the darker themes, featuring brutal battles, complex character arcs, and moral ambiguities. Through the unveiling of this project, Eric's initial curiosity turned into a full-blown investigation. As Eric uncovered more about this project, his curiosity turned into a full-blown investigation. He began piecing together clues from various documents, emails, and whispered conversations. It became apparent that the Slayer Rangers was the brainchild of a group of rogue writers and producers disillusioned with the constraints of mainstream media. They envisioned a Power Ranger series that catered to an older audience, those who had grown up with the original show and now craved a more mature content. The project was not sanctioned by Lookup Studios. Instead, these creators had devised a scheme to finance the series through illegally associated funds, siphoning money from other projects to cover production costs. They planned to stream the show online, tapping into the burgeoning world of digital media to reach their intended audience. Eric uncovered the existence of a hidden studio, a small, nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of the city, where filming was already underway. The actors were sworn to secrecy, bound by non-disclosure agreements and lured by the promise of being part of a groundbreaking, albeit illicit, project. Intrigued and somewhat terrified, he decided to visit the studio under the guise of a delivery person. What he found was a far cry from the glitzy sets of mainstream productions. The warehouse was dark and foreboding, filled with props and costumes that looked like twisted versions of the original Power Rangers gear. The suits were more armor-like, with jagged edges and darker color schemes. The actors, while committed to their roles, had a haunting look in their eyes, aware of the precarious nature of the project. Eric managed to intercept a meeting between the lead producers. Their discussions were candid, revealing a deep-seated frustration with the current state of the industry. They spoke of the Slayer Rangers as a necessary evolution of the franchise, one that would respect the intelligence and maturity of its original fans. However, their methods were questionable at best. They discussed the logistics of continuing to divert funds and the challenges of keeping the project hidden from the studio executives. One producer in particular seemed to revel in the deception. He detailed plans for an elaborate launch event, a covert streaming platform, and a marketing strategy aimed at cultivating a rabid fan base. The enthusiasm in his voice was chilling, giving the illegal nature of their activities. Through this revelation that Eric had learned, the more conflicted he became. On one hand, the passion and creativity behind the Slayer Rangers was undeniable. On the other hand, the project was steeped in illegality and deception. He decided to document everything, not just for personal records, but as a safeguard in case things went awry. And then, one day, everything changed. The studio executives caught wind of the unauthorized project. There was a sudden, intense investigation, and the hidden studio was shut down almost overnight. The producers were fired and the actors were released from their contracts with stern warnings to remain silent. The Slayer Rangers project was buried, its scripts and footage locked away in the studio's vaults, never to see the light of day. Official statements downplayed the incident as a minor cause of misappropriation of funds, but the truth was far more complex and sinister. Years later, whispers of the Slayer Rangers still circulate among industry insiders, a cautionary tale of ambition and rebellion against the confines of mainstream media. The project remains a darker chapter in the Power Rangers' legacy, a reminder of the risks and consequences of straying from the path of legality and transparency. In the aftermath, Eric remained with the studio. His experiences with the Slayer Rangers shaped his understanding of the industry. It taught him the importance of ethical practices and the dangers of unchecked ambition. As he continued his career, he carried the lessons of that summer with him, always striving to balance creativity with integrity, leaving behind thoughts in his documents indicating that those who seek to uncover the hidden truths of Hollywood should remember that most captivating stories often lie behind the scenes, where the lines between hero and a villain, fact and fiction, can blur in the most unexpected ways. If you ever hear about a game called Corpse Hold, don't play it. I mean it. There are some things in this world that you just don't mess with. And this is one of them. It doesn't matter what you're promised or how much you want to impress your friends. It's not worth what happens if you fail, or worse, if you succeed. I wish someone had told me that before I learned the hard way. I grew up in a little town in Arkansas. You probably wouldn't find it on a map unless you knew where to look. It was one of those places where there wasn't much to do except fish, swim, or poke around the woods until you stumbled upon something interesting or dangerous. The rivers and the ponds around my hometown were like veins running through the area, feeding everything and everyone. They were muddy, still, and full of secrets. Secrets best kept buried. Every town has its share of weird stories, and ours is no different. There were tales of ghost lights over the swamps, the occasional Bigfoot sighting, and, of course, the game Corpse Hold. That was the one that everyone whispered about, but no one admitted to knowing too much about. At least, not until you were old enough to be trusted. The rules of the game were simple but horrifying. You were supposed to find a witness, someone who'd done it before. Then, under their supervision, you go to a particular pond after dark, wade into the water, and touch a corpse that was supposedly laying at the bottom. Not just touch it, though. Both hands had to stay on the body for a full hour. No breaks, no pulling away, no excuses. If you messed up, you had to start over. The legend says that the corpse never decomposes, no matter how long it's been there. People whisper that it was decades old, maybe more, but no one seemed to know where it came from or why it stayed preserved. The kids who had done it swore by its power, claiming that it brought them wealth, luck, and protection. But there were just as many stories about the ones who'd failed. How they'd been cursed, gone missing, or died in gruesome ways. I always thought that it was just a stupid urban legend. A way for older kids to scare the younger ones to keep them out of the woods at night. I even laughed about it with my friends, saying things like, "Yeah, I'll play it when pigs fly." But when I turned 13, everything changed. One summer night, I was hanging out at the old baseball diamond with some of the neighborhood kids. It was one of those humid nights where the air sticks to your skin and the mosquitoes are relentless. We were talking about nothing in particular when Eddie, one of the older boys, leaned in close and said, "You ever hear about Corpse Hold?" Everyone went quiet. Even the bugs fell silent for a second. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "What about it?" And Eddie smirked. You think you got what it takes to play? And I laughed nervously. What? You mean touching some dead guy for an hour? Sounds like a joke. It's no joke, Eddie said, his voice suddenly serious. It's real. And if you got the guts, we can take you tonight. The others started chiming in, some goading me on and others looking uneasy. I could feel the group closing in, their expectations weighing on me. I didn't want to seem scared or weak, but something about the way that Eddie said it sent a chill down my spine. What happens if I don't? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. And Eddie shrugged. Nothing. But you always wonder what could have been. He said it like he knew something that I didn't. Like there was a secret only people who played the game could understand. And that's what it did for me. It wasn't the promise of fortune or luck. It was the idea that I might miss out on something big. So I nodded. All right. Let's do it. The group broke into cheers and jeers, slapping me on the back and congratulating me like I just won a prize. But I didn't feel like a winner. I felt like a mouse walking into a trap. We met later that night at the edge of the woods, where the dirt trail to the pond began. Eddie was waiting there with the others, Sammy, Kyle, and Maria. They were older than me by a year or two, the kind of kids who made you want to act braver than you were. They had flashlights, snacks stuffed into their backpacks, and a confidence that didn't quite match the uneasiness in their eyes. Eddie handed me a flashlight. You ready for this? And I nodded, but my stomach was in knots. The trail was narrow, cutting through tall grass and clusters of trees. Every snap of a twig made me jump, but the others just kept walking, their flashlights bouncing in the dark like fireflies. And nobody talked too much. It was as if the gravity of what we were about to go do was sinking in for everyone, even the ones who had done it before. What's the deal with this pond anyway? I asked, breaking the silence. Why there? And Maria glanced over her shoulder. Because that's where he is. He? The corpse, she said like it was obvious. You'll see. And that shut me up for a while. The pond appeared suddenly, framed by trees like a dark mirror. The air was cooler here, with a dampness that clung to my skin. Eddie pointed his flashlight at the still black water, the beam cutting through the surface, but not revealing much. All right, Eddie said, turning to me. Here's how it works. The group circled in around, their faces grave. Even Kyle, who was usually cracking jokes, appeared solemn. Rule 1, Eddie began. This has to happen at night. No exceptions. It's the only time he's active. And I swallowed hard. Active how? You'll find out, Eddie said, brushing off my question. Rule 2. You have to keep both hands on the corpse at all times. No breaks, no pulling away. If you lose contact, you start over. And Sammy chimed in. And trust me, you don't want to do that. Rule 3, Eddie continued. There has to be a witness. Someone who's already done it. And that's me. And Rule 4, you don't back out. Once you start, you finish. Failure is not an option. The way that he said that sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't just a warning. It was a threat. What happens if I black out? I asked, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. Eddie didn't answer right away. He just stared at me, his expression bleak. You don't want to know. I looked at the others, hoping for some reassurance, but they just stood there, silent and unmoving. Before I could ask anything else, the group started wading into the pond. The water was colder than I expected, soaking through my jeans and shoes as we moved deeper. And it came up to my waist before Eddie stopped and turned on his flashlight towards the middle of the pond. At first, I didn't see anything, just water rippling under the light. And then he appeared. The man, whom I'd never seen before, and who no one had mentioned, crept out of the shadows at the far end of the pond like he'd been waiting there all along. He was tall and thin, with a face that was too pale and eyes that didn't reflect the light. And I glanced at Eddie, expecting him to be as serious as I was, but he wasn't. Instead, he appeared calm and unbothered. His expression said it all. He was expecting this. What's going on? I asked, my confidence wavering. Eddie, you're seeing this, right? And he didn't answer. Reluctantly, I turned my attention back to face the man. His clothes were soaked, clinging to his bony frame. And he was grinning. An unsettling sort of smile that made my stomach drop.
Who's this?
The stranger asked, his voice low and gravelly. Eddie stepped aside, motioning to me. He's the one. The man nodded, and then waded towards me with slow, deliberate movements. The water barely rippling around him, like it didn't dare touch him for more than it had to. And when he reached me, he extended a hand. I hesitated, but Eddie nudged me forward. Take it. And I did. His grip was cold and firm, like holding on to a fistful of icicles. He led me deeper into the pond, the other hand gripping my shoulder to steady me.
Don't move,
he said, stopping abruptly. And then he plunged his arm into the water. The sound of it made my chest tighten, a wet, sucking noise as his hand disappeared beneath the surface. And for a moment, nothing happened. And then he pulled, and the corpse came into view. The man pulled with slow, steady force, and the corpse emerged from the black water. I didn't know what to expect. Maybe something bloated or a skeletal figure, but this wasn't like that. The body looked intact. Its skin was pale and rubbery, stretched tightly over its frame like it had been dipped in wax. Its clothes were old-fashioned, suspenders and a button-up shirt that clung wetly to its chest. Its eyes were closed, its mouth slightly open, and its hair, dark and slick, was plastered to its head. "How is it not rotting?" I whispered.
Doesn't rot,
Eddie said behind me. His voice sounded far away, like he didn't want to be any closer than he had to be. The man, no one ever told me his name, if he even had one, placed both of his hands under the corpse's arms, holding it upright. The water lapped gently against its torso, the only sound in the suffocating quiet.
Step forward,
the man said. My legs felt like they'd turned to stone. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the water and never come back, but Eddie was standing behind me. And when I glanced back, his expression was firm. There was no way that I was backing out now. I took a shaky step closer, and then the man guided my hands towards the corpse's chest. And the second that I touched it, I regretted everything. The skin was icy cold, slimy but firm with the texture of wet rubber. My stomach churned, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from gagging.
both hands,
the man said. I placed my other hand on the corpse, my palms flat against the chest. The water rippled around us, and I swear I felt something shift beneath my palms.
Keep them there,
the man continued.
Don't move, no matter what.
And I nodded, too scared to speak.
Your hour starts now,
Eddie called from the shore. And the first few minutes passed in agonizing silence. The corpse didn't move, but the sensation of touching it was unbearable. My hands were stiff and numb, and my mind was racing, conjuring every horror story that I'd ever heard about spirits, curses, and the vengeful dead. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the sounds around me. The croak of frogs, the buzz of insects, the occasional rustling of leaves. But the stillness of the pond was oppressive. and every tiny sound felt amplified. And then came the whispers. At first, I thought it was the wind, but I was wrong. They were words, low and guttural, spoken in a language that I didn't recognize by someone or something that wasn't human. And even as they grew clearer, I couldn't understand them. I glanced at the man, but he didn't react. His focus was entirely on the corpse, his pale eyes unblinking. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling. And he didn't answer. My hands began to cramp and I shifted my weight, trying to stay steady in the water. As the minutes crawled by, the whispers grew louder and more insistent. They weren't coming from the man or from Eddie. They were coming from the corpse. "Stay still," the man said sharply, the voice cutting through the whispers, and I froze. Somewhere around the halfway mark, something changed. The corpse shifted. It was subtle at first, a slight movement beneath my hands, like a muscle twitching. And I told myself that it was just my imagination, that the cold, the water, and the darkness were all playing tricks on me. But then it moved again. Stronger this time, its chest rose slightly as if taking a breath. And I panicked and I jerked my hands away. "No!" the man barked, his voice louder than I thought possible. "Put them back! No!" And my heart pounded as I slapped my hands back onto the corpse. It felt different this time. Colder. Heavier. Almost like it was leaning into me. "Do not break contact again," the man warned. And Eddie called from the shore.
You're back at the start. Keep going.
And I wanted to scream at him, to tell him that I was done, but something about the man's stare kept me rooted in place. There was no escape now. And the second attempt was worse. The whispers grew louder, a maddening cacophony of disembodied voices carried on the wind. And I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block them out, but they burrowed into my mind, relentless and alien. And all the while, the corpse continued to twitch, moving in small but deliberate ways that made my skin crawl. And at one point, its fingers brushed my arm, and I nearly lost it. My legs trembled, and I clenched my teeth so hard that I thought that they might crack. "Almost there," the man said. "Whatever you do, do not let go." And I didn't respond. I couldn't. And when Eddie finally called out,
Time's up!
I didn't believe him. It felt like the hour had stretched into eternity. The man gently pulled my quivering hands away from the corpse, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I took a deep breath. Delirious. I stumbled back towards the shore, barely able to keep my footing in the water. The man didn't follow. He stayed beside the corpse, his pale eyes watching me until I reached the others. "Congratulations," Eddie said, clapping me on the back. "You did it!" And I didn't feel like I'd won anything. I was barely out of the water, my legs shaking and my chest heaving, when the next kid stepped forward. His name was Mark, and I could tell that he didn't want to play. His face was pale, his lips pressed into a thin line, but Eddie clapped him on the back and muttered something that I couldn't hear. And Mark gave a nod, though his hands trembled as he stepped into the pond. The man was still standing in the water, the corpse floating upright beside him as if tethered there by some invisible force. He motioned for Mark to come closer, and Mark hesitated, his steps faltering. "Come on," Eddie said sharply behind me. "You agreed to this." And Mark glanced back at us, his eyes wide with fear, but he kept moving. And when he reached the corpse, the man grabbed his wrists and placed his hands on its chest, just like he had done with me. "Don't move," the man said, his voice low and stern. And Mark nodded, swallowing hard. The first few minutes were uneventful. Mark stood there with his hands on the corpse, his shoulders tense and his breathing shallow. Eddie and the others watched from the shore, their expressions unreadable. And I stayed silent, my legs still feeling like jelly. But then the whispers started again. I could see it on Mark's face, the way his eyes darted around, like he was trying to figure out where the sounds were coming from. His fingers twitched involuntarily against the corpse's chest.
Do you hear that?
He asked, his voice shaky.
Focus!
The man snapped, and Mark flinched but didn't let go. The whispers grew louder, and I could see the panic building in Mark's eyes. He started to shift, his weight from foot to foot, his movements becoming more erratic. And then the corpse moved. Its arm twitched, just a small jerk at first, but enough to make Mark freeze. And he stared at it, his mouth opening and closing like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Another twitch, this time in its fingers.
No!
Mark said, shaking his head.
I'm out!
Don't!
The man growled, but Mark was already backing away. The corpse's hand shot out, gripping Mark's wrist. Mark screamed, a high-pitched panic sound that sent chills down my spine. He tried to pull away, but the corpse's grip was unyielding. The man didn't move to help. He just stood there, watching with an expression that was disturbingly calm.
Let go!
Mark shouted, yanking his arm back with all his strength. The corpse's grip broke, and Mark stumbled backward, falling into the water. He scrambled back to his feet, his eyes wild.
I said I'm done!
He yelled, backing away towards the shore.
I'm not doing this!
And the man's expression darkened. But he said nothing as Mark splashed past him and bolted out of the water. And the rest of us stood in silence as Mark grabbed his shoes and ran into the woods, disappearing down the trail. And Eddie cursed under his breath, shaking his head. He shouldn't have done that, Maria said quietly. What happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. And no one answered. The man waded back towards the center of the pond, the corpse following him like a loyal dog. He sank into the water until only his head was visible, and then disappeared completely, leaving the pond still and silent once again. Let's go, Eddie said, his voice tight. We're done here. We packed up in silence and made our way back through the woods. The weight of what had just happened hung heavy in the air. And no one spoke. The next day, I found out what happens when you break the rules. Mark's body was discovered near the riverbank, about a mile from the pond. The official story was that he had drowned, but the details didn't add up. His body was bloated, his skin pale and slick, like it had been submerged for days. His arm, the one that the corpse had grabbed, was bent at an unnatural angle, the skin dark and mottled. Eddie pulled me aside at school, a stern expression on his face. Don't say anything about last night, he warned. Not to anyone. Got it? And I nodded, too frightened to argue. The whispers about Mark's death spread quickly, but no one mentioned corpse hold. The group acted like nothing had happened, but I could see the fear in their eyes. We all knew the truth, even if we didn't say it out loud. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the corpse's hand gripping Mark's wrist, its pale, lifeless fingers digging into his skin. And I heard his screams, the splashing of water, the whispers in the dark. And I thought about the man, how he had disappeared into the pond like he was part of it, like he belonged there. And I thought about Mark, about the look on his face when he ran, when he broke the rules. I realized then that there was no escaping corpse hold. Once you played, you were in it for life, whether you won or lost. I didn't leave my house for the next few days. I couldn't. Every time I thought about stepping outside, my chest tightened and my legs felt like they were locked in place. I kept replaying the events in the pond in my head. The corpse's cold, rubbery skin, the whispers that had embedded themselves in my head, and the way that Mark had screamed as the thing clutched his arm. I thought the fear would wade, but it didn't. If anything, it had gotten worse. At night, I'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling, my ears strained to pick up sounds that weren't there. And then I began to notice small things. Shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking. Strange creaks in the floorboards. I felt like I was being surveyed. My parents chalked it up to nerves. They thought that I was just upset about Mark's death, which made sense. Everyone in the town was talking about it, how he had been found by the river, how the sheriff thought that it was an accident, and how tragic it was to lose someone so young. But I knew the truth. And it was eating me alive. Eddie and the others acted like nothing had happened. And when I saw them at school, they smiled, laughed, and carried on like normal. But when I caught Eddie's eye, I saw it. The same fear that I felt. He didn't say anything to me, but his expression was clear. Don't talk about it. Don't even think about it. About a week after the ritual, things started to change. It was subtle at first. I found a $20 bill on the sidewalk on my way home from school. I aced a math quiz that I hadn't studied for. The neighbor's dog, who was usually barking at me, wagged his tail and let me pet him. And at first I thought that it was just a coincidence, but then it kept happening. My mom won a raffle at the grocery store. $500 in gift cards. My dad's old truck, which had been acting up for months, suddenly started running like new. And me? I couldn't lose. Every test, every game, every little thing that I tried my hand at, it all went my way. And I should have been happy. I should have felt like it was all worth it. But I didn't. Luck didn't feel like mine. It felt borrowed. Like it could be taken away at any moment. And no matter how much good came my way, the dread never subsided. And one night I woke up to a sound outside my window. It wasn't loud, just a faint tapping like fingernails against glass. And I froze. Slowly, and I turned my head, expecting to see a tree branch or a bird. But there was nothing there. Just darkness. And the tapping stopped. But the feeling didn't go away. I lay there for hours, too terrified to move until the first light of dawn crept through the blinds. And the next day I ran into Eddie at school, and he pulled me aside, away from the others, and lowered his voice. "You've noticed it, haven't you?" he asked. "Noticed what?" "The way things feel different." And I hesitated. "You mean the luck?" And Eddie nodded. "Yeah. But it's not just that. It's like something's always there. Watching. Waiting." I didn't want to admit it, but he was right. "What happens now?" I asked, and Eddie shrugged. "You keep your mouth shut, and you hope for the best. That's it? It's all you can do," he said, his tone grim. "You think that this is over just because you finished the game? It's never over." I tried to put his words out of my mind, but they stuck with me. Everywhere I went, I felt it. Even when things went right, it felt wrong. I was being rewarded for something that I didn't deserve. And then one afternoon, I saw Maria walking home from school. She was alone, and her face was pale and drawn.
Hey, Maria!
I called out, jogging to catch up with her. She stopped and turned, her eyes wide. "What?" "Have you felt it too?" I asked. "The watching?" She nodded slowly, glancing over her shoulder. "It doesn't stop. It never stops." "Why don't we tell someone?" I asked. "What if we—" "No," she said sharply, cutting me off. "You don't tell anyone. You don't even think about telling anyone. Do you understand?" And her voice trembled, and for the first time I saw tears in her eyes. "Why not?" I pressed. "Because they'll know," she whispered. "They'll come for you. and you won't be so lucky anymore. And that night I dreamt about the pond. I saw the man standing in the water, his pale eyes locked on mine. The corpse was beside him, its face turned towards me, and its mouth moving soundlessly. And then I woke up in a drenched sweat, the whispers still echoing in my ears. And the next morning, I found another $20 bill on my way to school. A few weeks passed, and the good fortune kept on coming. My family's broken air conditioner seemed to repair itself overnight. A distant uncle I barely knew sent me a birthday card with a crisp $100 bill inside, even though it wasn't my birthday. Little things like that kept happening, one after another, until I could no longer ignore the pattern. But the feeling of being monitored remained. Sometimes late at night, I'd hear faint whispers coming from nowhere, just like the ones at the pond. I'd tell myself that it was the wind or maybe the house settling, but deep down, I knew better. Things were escalating. And one night I decided to confront Eddie about it. I waited until after school, catching him as he was unlocking his bike. "Eddie," I said, keeping my voice low, "I need to know. What's the deal with the game? The man, the thing in the pond?" And Eddie looked around quickly, making sure that no one else was listening, and then sighed. "Trust me. You don't want to know. I think I deserve to know." And he hesitated and then nodded. "Fine. But you can't ask me about this again. Ever." And we sat at the edge of the school parking lot, far enough away from everyone else. Eddie glanced around one last time before speaking. "They say that the corpse has been there for decades. Maybe longer. No one knows how it got there or why it won't decompose. Some think it's a curse, and others think that it's something else." "Like what?" "Something inhuman," Eddie said flatly, and I felt a chill run through me. "And the man? He's always been part of it. Every group that's ever played the game talks about him. No one knows who he is. Some people think that he's a spirit, like the corpse. Others think that he's just a man. Whatever he is, he's tied to the pond. He never leaves." I thought about the way that the man had disappeared into the water, how he'd seemed to sink without a trace, and I shivered. "What happens if you back out?" I asked. "You saw what happened to Mark." "Yeah, but why?" And Eddie stared at me for a long moment before answering. "'Cause corpse hold is more than a game. It's a ritual. And when you start it, you make a deal. If you follow the rules, you get what's promised. But if you break them..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. That night, I couldn't sleep. Eddie's words swirled in my head, mixed with the memories of the pond, the corpse, and the man. And I kept trying to make sense of it, but the more that I thought about it, the less that it made. And I remembered something that Maria had said after Mark's death. "They'll know. They'll come for you." Who were they? And the whispers started again, faint but insistent. I squeezed my eyes shut and I pulled the blanket over my head, trying to block them out. "You finished the game," I thought. "You followed the rules. You're safe." But I didn't feel safe. The next morning, I decided to go back to the pond. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just grabbed a flashlight and I headed out. The trail felt longer this time. The trees darker, the air heavier. When I arrived, I stopped at the edge, staring at the still water. It looked the same as before, but it felt different. and I stepped into the water, wincing as the cold seeped through my shoes. The surface rippled around me as I waded deeper, my flashlight beam cutting through the blackness.
Who are you?
I called out, my voice shaking.
Tell me what you want!
And no one answered. But then, just as I was about to turn back, the whispers started again. Louder this time. Clearer. And I stumbled back, nearly losing my footing. My flashlight flickered, and for a split second I thought that I saw something. 2 pale eyes staring at me from beneath the surface. I didn't want to see more. I turned and I ran, splashing through the water and up the trail, and when I got home, I locked my bedroom door and I sat on my bed, trembling. And that was the last time that I went to the pond. I didn't tell Eddie or Maria what I'd done. I didn't tell anyone. But I knew one thing for certain. Corpse Hold isn't just a game. It's something ancient and otherworldly, and I had been stupid enough to get involved. Now I can only hope that the whispers will fade, that the eyes will stop watching. But deep down, I know that they won't. Because once you hold the corpse, you can never let go. I recently moved into a new house and now live alone. The house is near a small town, maybe 2 miles away. The house itself is in the middle of a nicely wooded area in a smaller town, which is perfect for me, because I love the serenity of the woods, being untainted by urban life. The idea of having a barn thrilled me, with all the possibilities of what I could turn it into. My parents recently gave me this house as a graduation gift. The house was given to them by my grandparents, which is strange because we didn't live in this house growing up. In fact, my parents never mentioned it to me until I graduated college, admitting that they much preferred the city life over living in the middle of nowhere. My mother lived in the house briefly until she was around 7, when my grandparents decided to pack up and move one day. They never sold the house. They said that there were too many memories, and at the very least, my parents could use it as a vacation home. They never did. The house was in a slight state of disrepair, however, I couldn't care less. I was a homeowner. Mowing the lawn and clearing the branches was the easy part. But the real work began within the house. Dusting old furniture, clearing cobwebs, and throwing away old canned food. It took me about 2 weeks of cleaning until I decided that it was sanitary enough to move into. I decided to take a few weeks just to relax. I was tired of partying, and I didn't want to start searching for a job just yet. I spent my first day in the house hiking near the creek, fishing on a small pond, and meeting folks in town. That night, however, I was restless. There was no TV, and I didn't have any books other than textbooks. I needed something to do after it got dark out, so I started exploring the house. In the attic, to my surprise, was filled with random furniture, toys, and trinkets from my mother's childhood. I found baseball cards, jump ropes, a little football helmet, action figures, a dollhouse, board games. You get the idea. This was all fascinating to me. And then I found an antique dresser, which I found my mother's diary. Jackpot! I can read this at night until I fall asleep. Not this night, however. I was tired and decided to go to sleep in my new bedroom in my beautiful new house. And sleep came fast. However, I was woken by creaking from the stairs and attic. This was to be expected in an old house. I was sure that I'd get used to it. The next day, I decided to check out the barn. I decided to turn it into a hobby lounge where I could do woodworking or whatever my wavering enthusiasm desired. The barn was in fact in pristine condition, aside from a pile of cigarette butts in the corner and a musky smell which hung in the air. The smell was the only thing that bothered me. I am a non-smoker and I hate cigarettes. The stench that they give off makes me want to vomit. There was a very unstable-looking ladder leading up to the loft, which I decided not to use. The last thing that I needed was to break my neck in the middle of nowhere. There didn't appear to be anything up there aside from some hay creeping over the edge. And after picking up the butts, I realized that I had more free time than I planned, since I assumed that I would spend the day cleaning the barn. I decided to explore the attic more, as I could not find my car keys to drive to town. Oddly enough, I swore that I left them on the kitchen table next to my wallet. And this is what I have always done with my set of car keys ever since I've owned cars. Aside from an old mirror and a pile of old clothes, I couldn't find anything of much interest. And as I left, I noticed that there were less dolls than I remembered, and I could swear one of them was not there before. Whatever. I decided just to read my mother's diary. Lying in bed, I read it through, laughing at the entries of the diary. Several of them mentioned her older brother James throwing tantrums for no apparent reason, punching himself in the face, or trying to fling his baseball bat into a tree. My mother must have had a very overreactive imagination as a child, because she had no siblings and she grew up as an only child. I marked the page that I was on, and I went downstairs to get a snack, growing more annoyed by the constant creaking in the attic. I decided to go into town the next morning and find someone who could fix it. Remembering that I had lost my keys, I decided to retrace my steps so that way I could leave for town early in the morning. The sun was beginning to set, a dull orange peeking over the horizon, and so I decided to check the barn before it became too dark to see. I brought a flashlight, just in case it did become too dark. But I couldn't find my keys. However, I did find a few cigarette butts in the corner, which I apparently missed earlier. I set down the flashlight and I scooped them up and threw them away. And after an unsuccessful search, I glanced up towards the loft and noticed that there was a doll propped up against the wall. Now, I could have sworn that the doll was in the attic yesterday. And so, against my better judgment, I climbed the rickety ladder to the loft. And there was nothing up here aside from an old hammer, the doll, and a pile of hay. I picked up the doll and I climbed down and I walked towards my house. And when I entered the front door, I noticed that my keys were on the ground. Only the car ignition key was mangled and bent. Annoyed that I somehow must have stepped on the key to bend it, I decided to go to bed and walk into town the next morning. Before going to sleep, I cracked my mother's old diary open to read. She was surprisingly articulate for a 7-year-old, and I became so entranced by the story that the old house's creaking no longer bothered me. The diary's entries became disturbing, however. James began cutting himself in front of the family and starting fires. The story was becoming very morbid for a 7-year-old's imagination. The most disturbing entry is that James had tried to kill my grandfather with a knife and ran off into the woods after stabbing him. My mother bearing witness to this entire scene. After returning from the hospital, James had not returned. Dead animals started appearing outside of the front door, and messages were being written on the house with blood. She wrote how her grandparents had been whispering among themselves for a week now and no longer allowing her outside of the house alone. She also frequently wrote how much she missed James. And then the diary ended here, with no more mention of when or why they moved. It just stopped. And my heart was racing. My pupils dilated and my heavy breathing silent. I didn't want to stay here anymore. True or not, the diary chilled me to the bone. I was aware of everything due to my adrenaline rush. The wind blowing outside and every little creak the house had made. Wait. The house... It was no longer creaking. It was dead silent. I pushed my bed against the door, barricading myself in the room. I moved my dresser in front of the window, knocking over my lamp and my only light source. And the blanket of darkness covered the room, the only source of light coming from the tiny keyhole in the door. Determined to stay awake until sunrise, I sat with my back against the wall next to the bed. And then the floor began creaking down the hallway, continuing until it went right outside my door and then stopped. The light seeping in through the keyhole went dark, and I tried to listen over the deafening sound of air entering and exiting my lungs. What was worse was that my constant thumping of blood entering and leaving my heart. And a few minutes after soul-crushing fear, light returned through the keyhole, followed by more creaking. And I refused to look through the keyhole to confirm my worst fear. After what seemed like days, morning finally came. And when light creeped around my dresser, blocking the window, I moved it and waited until sunlight saturated the whole forest. Cautiously, I moved my bed and bolted down the stairs outside. I didn't need a car. I was going to run to town. I ran into the barn to quickly grab my heavy mag flashlight as a blunt weapon if I needed it. I plucked it from the pile of cigarettes that I was hiding under and ran down the dirt path into town. And I called my parents to come pick me up from a Greasy Spoon diner, making sure to sit in a booth which was against a wall and not a window. I did call the police, who had insisted that they found nothing out of the ordinary, and both my mother and grandparents deny any existence of a family member named James. I returned to the house, with several friends and my parents, mind you, to retrieve my belongings. I was not living in this damned house. There were blank pages from the diary stacked nicely on the nightstand. However, we couldn't find the diary, no matter how much we searched. My mother vehemently denied ever having one and scolded me for smoking in the barn and littering the ground with cigarette butts and having such an active imagination. So I want to give you a few details before I start my story. I live in Northern California in a small townhouse with my girlfriend. I've decided to change the names of both people and places just to be cautious. I don't want anyone going to the beach that I was trying to dig up to find clues and instead find the trouble that I have found. So I'm sorry if this is long. I've tried to keep it as brief as possible. You have to understand that I've barely slept at all in days, and it's difficult for me to keep my thoughts in order. Saturday, March 26th. John and I found the camcorder half buried in the sand on Stinson Beach. And when I picked it up out of the sand, water leaked out from inside the camcorder. Sand was packed into every crevice, and the battery pack was missing. We dried it off with a beach towel and popped the cassette drive open. There was a digital cassette cartridge inside the drive. It had a yellow plastic head and a Panasonic logo, but no label or sticker attached. It seemed like the camcorder itself was pretty much trashed, but we figured that it still might be possible to recover the data on the tape itself. I had an older Sony digital camcorder at home that used the same type of tape. I took the tape and the camcorder inside with me when John dropped me off at home later that day. I set it down on my computer desk and I forgot about it for almost a week. Thursday, March 31st. John came over again next Thursday and saw that it was on my desk. I had told him that I had forgotten about it and hadn't even tried to play back the tape yet. We popped it into my Sony camcorder and hooked it up to my PC FireWire port, opened up Roxio's video capture application, and told it to scan the tape for footage. And only one scene appeared on the screen. And I'll try to describe it to you as best that I can recall. A few feet in front of the camera is a woman. Her back is to the camera and she's walking down a narrow dirt path, possibly even a deer trail. Tall, dry grass and small bushes line either side of the path. And based on the lighting, It is most likely something in the early morning or maybe even evening. The sky is cloudless and tinged with a soft orange color. And other than the shuffle of footsteps, the only thing that can be heard are seagulls crying and soft sound of ocean waves breaking against the shore in the distance. She is wearing what used to be a one-piece swimsuit. The top half has been ripped or cut apart and now hangs down over her hips. She is naked from the waist up. Dozens of ugly red welts and cuts cross her back. She looks like she's been whipped or badly beaten with a stick. A length of thin rope, or more like twine, has been used to bind her hands behind her back. The twine is wound so tightly against her wrists that you can see her hands have begun to turn a shade of blue from lack of circulation. The twine is cutting into her skin, and small rivulets of blood have run down her hands and fingers, dripping onto the dirt trail behind her. And during the course of the scene, she only takes a few dozen steps. The clip is only 30 seconds long. And right before the clip ends, a man's voice can be heard.
Hey, you filming? You better not be filming yet. I told you to wait until we get inside.
And then the clip ends. Both John and I were unsettled by the one short scene on the tape. It seemed authentic. Someone's home video gone horribly wrong. I tried to copy the clip to my computer, but every time that we played the file back, it was a mess of scrambled green lines with no audio. John took the tape with him when he went home later that evening. He wanted to try to use his MacBook and parents' camcorder to see if he was able to recover the clip onto his computer. I said maybe it was just a problem with my FireWire cable. And it was the last time that I ever saw him. Friday, April 1st. At this point, I can't think of any unusual happenings. A normal Friday workday, no different from dozens of other Fridays before it. I called John to ask about the tape, but he said that he didn't have time to look at the tape again. But he was going to stop by his parents' house after work and borrow their camcorder for the weekend. Sunday, April 3rd. John calls me. It is in the evening, sometime after 7, I think. He sounds excited and tells me that he was able to get the clip and save it onto his MacBook. The video plays back, the sound is missing. I tell him to upload the video online, but he wants more time to try to get the audio working too. Wednesday, April 6th. Unable to get a hold of John for 2 days. Calls are going straight to voicemail. And finally, he calls me on Wednesday just as I'm getting ready to leave for work and head home. I don't think that I noticed it at the time, but looking back on events, his voice sounded odd. There was almost no inflection in his speech. It was flat and emotionless. I thought that he was calling about the tape, but when I asked, he told me that it wasn't important anymore. He said that he had found something and we needed to go back to the beach. And it takes almost 2 hours to drive out to Stinson Beach from my house, and I told him that there was no way that I was able to get out there on a weeknight after work. And even if I could, it would be nearing dark by the time that we got there. And for some reason, this seemed to make him angry. I promised that I would go on Saturday with him, but this wasn't good enough. He said that he needed to go that night, that there was something very important. And he kept saying that he had something to show me. And I asked what, but he had said that I had to see for myself. And finally, he called me a stubborn asshole and hung up. Thursday, April 7th. John won't answer my calls. His voicemail says that his inbox is full and won't accept any new messages. Friday, April 8th. When I get up to take a shower in the morning, there's a small amount of wet sand spread out on the bottom of the tub. I think that maybe Sarah has only gotten now to rinsing out her bathing suit out from the time that we were at the beach 2 weeks ago. Although I don't see her suit hanging up to dry anywhere in the bathroom. It's mildly puzzling, but I forget about it as soon as I leave for work. Only now do I realize that it was the start of strange occurrences that were about to drive me to the frantic state that I'm in today. Later at work, my phone chimes indicating that I have a voicemail. I hadn't noticed that my phone was ringing, but this isn't entirely unusual as I don't have the best reception inside the office. It's certainly not the first time that this has happened either. I dial into my voicemail and it's a message from John. He sounds calm again. No hint of his previous anger. I'm going back to Stinson again tomorrow morning. Meet me there. There's something that I want to show you. I finish my work day and I go home. I decide to tell Sarah about the tape and how it's making John act strange. But when I get home, she still hasn't gotten back from work. I make myself dinner and I watch some TV and there's still no sign of her. I call her work and they tell me that she left when her shift ended at 4. I call her mom in LA to ask if she's heard any word from Sarah, but she hasn't and seems just as worried as I am. And I end up falling asleep on the couch watching TV. Saturday, April 9th. Sarah was still gone when I woke up Saturday morning. There's no way that I can go meet with John with Sarah missing. I go online and I try to find any reports of traffic accidents on Friday evening, but there was nothing. And finally, I decide to call the sheriff's department. They tell me that I can file a missing persons report, that there's no waiting period to do so. I give them all the details and they promise to call me back as soon as they hear something. Sarah's mom calls me again in the evening. She's very upset that no one can find any trace of her daughter. Sunday, April 10th. I awake from the most vivid nightmare in the very early hours of Sunday morning. In the dream, I am sleeping in my bed, spooned up against Sarah, and I wake up and I am freezing cold. The bed is totally soaked with nearly frozen water and it reeks of salt and seaweed. Everything is wet. The mattress, pillows, and blankets. Everything. My arms are wrapped around Sarah and her body is just as cold as the water. Possibly even colder. I prop myself up and I turn on the lamp next to the bed. And Sarah's asleep at my side with her back to me and I see that her arms have been bound behind her with twine. And the knot is so tight that it has turned her hands blue and that there is blood seeping from the cuts in her wrists. I am paralyzed by absolute terror. The kind that you can only experience in a dream. And slowly, Sarah rolls from her side onto her back and I can see her face. It's her, but she looks deformed. Her face is too broad and her nose looks flattened and smashed, almost like she's pressed up against a piece of glass. And her eyes are bright and shiny. Her mouth is locked into a terribly wide grin. And there are far too many teeth inside her mouth. She tells me that there's something that she needs to show me. And then I wake up in an empty bed, bathed in sweat and tangled in the bed covers. I swear I can still smell the ocean. Eventually, I leave the house to get food. On my return, I notice wet, sandy footprints leading from the grassy lawn right up to my front door. And there's a wet piece of twine wrapped tightly around the door handle. And when I untie it, I notice that my hands have been stained a dull red. Monday, April 11th. I couldn't sleep. I call into work and I told them that I was sick. I lie on the couch all day watching TV and I have no appetite. At some point I must have dozed off on the couch with the TV on, because I wake up and the TV is blaring noise. A local news report is on and the news reporter is yelling, almost screaming in his news report. It is a story about hundreds of dead bodies washing up on the beach last night. All of them with their hands bound behind their backs. and he looks directly into the camera, almost like he is looking right at me, and says,
"You need to get down to the beach. There's something that I need to show you."
and then the TV turns off. And my apartment is freezing, and I can smell salt water. Tuesday, April 12th. Another night of fitful sleeping, but at least no more dreams. I'm exhausted from stress and lack of sleep. It's difficult to keep my thoughts in order. I call work and I told them that I was still sick. And for some reason, I don't want them to know about my missing girlfriend. In the evening, a deputy from the sheriff's department called me. He told me that they found Sarah's car abandoned in a parking lot near Stinson Beach. I tried asking him more questions, but he seemed very elusive and wouldn't give me any straight answers. I hope that they don't think that I'm a suspect in her disappearance. He told me that I needed to meet them at Stinson first thing tomorrow morning so that way they could ask me some questions. Shouldn't they want to question me at the sheriff's office? And before I hung up, he told me that it was imperative that I be at Stinson tomorrow. He told me that there was something he needed to show me. I called Sarah's parents' house and her dad answered the phone. I told him about the deputy finding her car, and he said that it wasn't important anymore, and that everything was going to be okay. Just make sure that you meet with the deputy tomorrow morning, okay? There's something that you need to see. Tuesday, April 13th. Another nightmare. God, I hope that it was a nightmare. I'm so tired from not sleeping, it's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. In the dream, I was lying in bed again, and the clock said 3:28 a.m. I woke up to a soft tapping noise coming from the bedroom window. I tried to ignore it and to go back to sleep. And then I hear a tap 2 more times, and then Sarah's voice.
Walter, I know you're in there. Please let me in. There's something that I want to show you. Walter?
My bed window is on the 2nd floor. I ran downstairs, my gaze locked onto the floor, afraid of what I might see outside the window, even though the ventilation blinds were drawn closed. I fled into the small guest bedroom, computer office onto the 1st floor, and locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The house is filled with the smell of seawater again, stronger than before. Wednesday, April 14th. I am terrified and nearly mad with the need for sleep. I don't know what to do or who to ask for help. I know that I can't stay locked in this room all day. I've decided to record this and to post it online. Some place where people can hear it but possibly won't take it seriously. I'm afraid that I won't make it back home ever again, but I have to go down to Stinson to talk with the sheriff. He's already called twice asking me where I am and if he shouldn't just send someone to pick me up and to drive me down there. Hopefully everything will work out okay. And I'll be back home later this evening. I don't know how I got here. I don't know if this message will reach anyone or if these words that I'm saying will even be heard by another human. But I have to try. It's the only thing keeping me tethered. The last shred of proof that I existed before this. The internet barely functions. Every site that I visit is a graveyard of error messages, hollow white pages that refuse to load. I even tried emails, social media, forums, anything that might signal my presence. Something that might let someone, anyone, see me. But everything is dead. Except this. The single, forsaken forum. I don't know why it works. I don't know if it's a glitch, an anomaly, or something else allowing me to be heard. But it's all part of the nightmare. Maybe it's laughing at me, watching me flail in the dark. But if you're listening to this, if my words still have weight in the world beyond, then I have to believe that there's still a way out. But time is slipping. Faster each day. My thoughts unravel like thread pulled from a fraying tapestry. Each morning, I wake up with the whisper of something missing, something stolen in the night. And the world around me feels thinner, hollowed out, bleeding into nothingness at the edges. But one thing remains, a certainty rooted deep in my bones. Something is wrong. I remember coffee. The smell of it, rich and warm, coaxing me from sleep. My wife, she was in the kitchen, her presence humming soft and steady through the morning. Sunlight was spilled through the blinds, painting golden strips on the walls, comforting and familiar. It was the kind of morning where the world felt right, where the air hummed with the quiet promise of normalcy. The kids were sluggish at the table, half awake, idly stirring their cereal. My wife handed me my coffee just the way that I liked it. And I remember kissing her forehead, ruffling my son's hair, promised that I'd be home for dinner. Then I left. The same routine, the same commute, the same turn at the intersection where the streetlights always flickered. And then I remembered leaving work. The sun dipping low, tired but content. I remember the drive home, the warm glow of our windows, the smell of dinner drifting through the door. And I remember going to bed. And then nothing. And then I wake up here. At first, I didn't understand. The room was wrong. The light slanted in an unnatural angle. The bed was stiff and unfamiliar. And the air reeked of something sterile and suffocating. The walls, too white and too clean. Empty. And I sat up, the motion sluggish, my body sluggish. And then I looked down at my hands. They weren't mine. Thin, brittle, veined with blue like old paper crumbling at the edges. My breath stuttered. My stomach coiled. And I turned, my gut a sinking stone, my gaze catching on the mirror across the room. And the man staring back at me wasn't me. He was ancient. A husk of a man, skin creased and weathered, hair sparse and white, eyes sunken and rimmed with exhaustion. A stranger. A mask stretched over brittle bones. And I tried to scream, but the sound died in my throat. My heart jackhammered in my chest, and I stumbled to my feet, legs trembling beneath me. I had to find my wife, my kids. I had to understand what was happening. The hallway was too bright and too pristine. The air stank of disinfectant and something artificial. Something wrong. My footsteps were too loud in the stillness, and then a woman in scrubs. Her smile practiced, gentle. Too gentle.
Mr. Patterson, you're up early today.
Her voice was syrupy, warm, Wrong. My thoughts stalled. My mind blared white noise. My name isn't Patterson. I opened my mouth, grasping for something solid, but my name, my home, anything. But my mind was an empty cavern, echoing with a question that I couldn't answer. And then the day passed in a fog. The nurses, too careful, too kind, spoke to me as if I belonged here. The others, frail, hollow-eyed, adrift in routine, shuffled in silence. The TV drowned on in the background, a static buzz that I couldn't focus on, and then suddenly, night fell. And that's when the fear sank its claws into me. First, it was the silence, not the distant hum of traffic or the whisper of wind against the windows. This was a hungry silence, a thick, swallowing quiet, pressing down like something was listening. And then, a giggle, soft and playful, a child's laugh. I shot upright, my skin prickling, my breath trapped in my throat. The sound drifted from the hall, light teasing. My stomach churned. My son, no, not here. My son was home. He was safe. Wasn't he? Shadows shifted beyond my door. Small, barefoot. I squeezed my eyes shut, my pulse hammering, my mind clawing for rationality. A nurse's kid, maybe, someone's child up late, wandering, and then the footsteps came closer. The air thickened, dense with something unseen. And I stared at the crack beneath the door, my breath shallow, my fingers gripping the sheets until my knuckles ached. There it was. The giggling came again. Right outside of my door. And I didn't sleep. I watched the sliver of dark beneath the door, waiting for something that I couldn't name. And morning came. And no one mentioned the laughter. No one spoke of the shadows. As if it was only me. The days blurred, slipping like sand through my fingers. My memories fade faster each morning. The nurses smile, their voices soft and patient, too patient. The residents shuffle through routines like they've done it forever. But at night, the laughter grows louder. Sometimes I hear whispers. My name, maybe a reminder. But Thursdays, Thursdays are the worst. Every Thursday at exactly 7:37 p.m., my bed shakes. Not a tremor, not a gentle vibration, a violent jolt like something trying to rip the bed from beneath me. I sit up gasping, clawing at the sheets. Nothing. And on the clock, its numbers glowing. 7:37. Then Friday comes and it resets. The memories wipe clean. Except lately, I've started to remember. Flashes, a dashboard, rain, a road slick in black highlights the screech of twisting metal and a crash. 7:37. Thursday, January 30th. And the laughter. My son's voice. My child's giggle. But that's wrong. They're home. They're safe. Aren't they? Who? Who is safe? Wait. Tonight is Thursday. Tonight the giggling will come. Tonight at 7:37 the bed will shake, and at midnight I won't remember. I have to remember. I have to remember. If anyone sees this, tell me that I'm not alone. It all started with a damn single hair. My wife is on the shorter side, and I can see over her head even if she stands on her toes. We were cooking when she tried to squeeze by, and by chance, I looked down at the top of her head. And at first, I didn't see it. It was hardly noticeable. A single short white hair was mixed inside the rest of the dark strands. I reached out to brush some hair away and to get a better look. And she flinched away from my hand but laughed at the moment. "You're going gray," I commented, smiling, hoping that I didn't offend her. She wasn't even 30 yet, but I've seen people whose hair that turned before her. "Good. I look super hot." She laughed again. She let me look at the small white spot. It was short with a slight bend, and thicker than a normal hair. I reached over to take it between two fingers, ready to pull it out, and she elbowed me in the chest, getting away with her first gray hair intact. "Let it grow. I like it." I raised my hand, showing a truce. If she wanted to let it grow, I didn't care either way. It was just a hair. And we got busy cooking dinner, and I forgot about it for a few days. That was until Carrie fainted at work. The call came while I was in the office. It was an hour before I got the message. I quickly told my boss that I needed to leave for the day. I rushed to the hospital with dread forming in my stomach. And I met her in the waiting room. She looked pale, but overall, not as bad as I feared. Her coworker drove her there, which was nice of them to do. And soon we were able to see a doctor for a checkup. They didn't see anything wrong with a basic checkup and tests. A scan had been suggested, but it would take a while before Carrie could get a more thorough look. When we were sent home without any answers, I tucked her into bed to let her rest for the rest of the day. Thankfully, Carrie didn't feel lightheaded when we got back home, only overtired. I thought getting extra sleep would fix that. The next day, it appeared that the rest cured whatever caused the sudden fainting spell. Carrie acted like her old self and went back to work even though she could have taken another day off. I told her not to push herself. If she started feeling off again, she would stop working and get someone to help. She assured me that she felt fine and nothing bad would happen. And I believed that for a while. The medical tests wouldn't be for a few weeks. I kept an eye out for more gray hairs at the roots, although none had shown. However, I noticed something else. Carrie started to act differently. The signs were small. She would pause for an extra few seconds trying to think of the next word that she wanted to say. I figured that she was just having issues sleeping. And the concern came when her eating habits changed. Carrie had always been a picky eater, and that was fine. We worked around that. One night, I came home to see the food that I had bought for myself gone. And I wasn't upset, just confused. It wasn't like her to devour frozen meals, and yet she had doubled what she ate without gaining any weight. Instead, it looked like she had been losing some. I brought it up to her, and she just brushed it off, commenting that she just ate more when the weather got colder. We had been married for 5 years. How did I never notice that before? And then her memory issues got worse. Small items like keys and her wallet were always getting misplaced. I was very understanding and helped her find what she lost every time. After we located what she had misplaced, she told me that maybe stress from work was getting to her. And I believed that for the first 3 times. I started to look online to see if there was anything that I could find that would explain these little changes. A month after it all started, she did something that she had never had before. She snapped at me. We were in the kitchen dishing out a special takeout meal when I caressed the top of her head. I leaned down to kiss the top of hers when she spun around, face red with rage. She pushed as hard as she could with both hands, knocking me hard into the table. It didn't hurt that much. I was just more shocked than anything. "Don't fucking touch me without any warning!" she shouted and stomped a foot. My mouth hung open. Carrie never swore. Well, rarely. She would drop a curse word whenever it was funny, but I'd never heard her swear and rage at anyone, let alone imagine that she would do so at me. "Sweetheart, are you all right?" I asked, mouth open. What had I done wrong? Did I cause this? Or did something else happen that made her act this way? My head swam with thousands of questions. Carrie quickly settled down, embarrassed by the outburst. She walked over and offered an apology hug that I took. "I'm fine. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just don't feel like myself for some reason," she said in a small voice. I risked a heavy question that changed the mood. "Do you think that you might be pregnant? We've been trying for a while, and hormones can make you act different," I suggested. She scrunched up her face at the suggestion as a joke. "Different? As in crazy?" she half-joked. "Well," I trailed off, and my answer made her smile again. Sadly, she pulled away and shook her head. "No, I've already checked." I didn't let the disappointment show on my face. We hadn't had money for the tests to see why we hadn't been able to have a child yet. We figured one would come at the right time. And that time simply hadn't come yet. "We'll call the doctors to see if you can get in one of those scanners sooner. You might have hit your head harder than we thought when you fainted at work. It's not as if you've made changes to your medications or anything like that," I suggested. There hadn't been a bruise when she fainted, but I didn't want to take the risk. An odd expression came over her face as she chewed on the inside of her lip. Carrie had something that she wanted to tell me, but was too embarrassed to do so. It took a few minutes and some joking threats of eating her dinner for her to open up. "I took some of these Asian pills I bought from the gas station. They're supposed to help with a lot of things, like those weird energy drinks that you can find." And I frowned, concerned over this new information. "Do you still have the box? We can look and see if maybe other people have had these same issues." She shook her head and sighed. "No, it was like 2 months ago, if not longer. I took 3 and then tossed them out because they made me feel lightheaded. I don't know what they were called, and the gas station stopped selling them." Well, that sucked. She didn't remember enough to track down these mystery pills. At least we had something to bring up when we saw the doctors next. Or so I assumed. I held her tight, assuring her that everything was all right. Figuring out why she felt so odd lately wouldn't be a big deal. That it would just take some time. And I was unaware time is what we had lacked. A few days later, Carrie skipped work and stayed in bed. I offered to stay home, but she talked me into going to work. However, I did leave my shift early to find her in the same spot that I had left her. Dark bags were under her eyes even though she rested all day. I got her dinner and begged Carrie to go to the hospital. And somehow she talked me down and promised to go in the morning if she felt tired. The meal woke her up a little, and so I climbed into bed next to her and we watched a bit of TV before both falling asleep. And that night, I woke up in the dark to hear her moving in her sleep. I turned on the bedside light and she flinched away from it. Her hands went over her eyes as if the brightness hurt her. "Do you have a headache? Can I get you something?" I offered. Migraine. Yes, please. It feels like pressure." Her voice was low and weak. I got up and put my cell phone in my pajama pants pocket. Depending on the next few minutes, I would call for an ambulance. I got her a glass of water and some aspirin I helped her take. Her body felt far too thin. How had she lost so much weight without anyone noticing? While keeping her upright with a hand on her back, I spotted that single white hair growing out of the top of her head. I had forgotten about it. An urge to pluck it came over me. And while Carrie remained defenseless, I took the hair between my fingers and my thumb and then pulled. Her body jolted, Instead of normal hair, it appeared like I had started to pull out a thread that started to get thicker. Her scalp bulged a little from what was under the skin, making my stomach churn. Unable to help myself, I kept pulling. Slowly but surely, the long white thread came out, growing thicker and thicker as more came into view. Her body twitched and her eyes rolled back. I knew that this was hurting her, and yet I couldn't stop. Wrapping the exposed thread around my hand a few times, I took a good hold of it with the other and pulled it as hard as I could. White liquid pooled out from around the wound, and I heard a soft pop as the end of the white, wriggling mass came loose. It moved on its own, the end as thick as my finger. I could have sworn I heard it scream in the dim light of the room. And Carrie had stopped moving. Her body limp, but somehow a dazed smile was on her face. "Oh, that's better." Her words were slurred and her eyes slowly started to shut. Disgusted by what I saw, I tossed the thing away as quickly as I was able. My hands flew to her shoulders, trying to shake her awake. I didn't understand what happened or what I did. The wriggling, long, white creature I just pulled out of her head started to inch closer to my bare feet. I nearly threw up, my skin crawling at the sight. I might have been able to handle myself if what happened stopped there. Quickly, my deepest fears came to light as more small white hairs pushed through Carrie's dark strands, moving on their own, looking for a new host. Just one of these things was enough to nearly make me lose it. Seeing so many caused my brain to shut down. And I hate myself for what I did next. I turned on my heels, fleeing the house, leaving my wife behind. I know I called 911, but had no memory of what I said. Police and ambulance showed up. A lot of questions I did not have answers for were asked. I sat in the back of a police car, letting people speak to me but not hearing a word. And at some point, another car pulled up. A black one with a very plainly dressed man got out. He took some officers aside and spoke with them. Had someone called a lawyer for me? Did I need one? I didn't care enough to ask. The officers came back and asked if I could speak with them at the station. I numbly agreed, but asked about Carrie. They said nothing and just ushered me away. And I spent the night at the station going over what I had seen in detail with someone who didn't bother to write anything down. And in the morning, I was free to go, but not a soul had told me about Carrie. When I asked, the officer gave me a strained look and asked who that might be. I felt like I was going crazy. I demanded information about my wife and caused so much trouble that they almost locked me up. A bomb was dropped on my world. They claimed that I was never married, and I arrived that night because of a random arson attack on my home. These officers were bad actors. I knew that they were lying, but they refused to drop the new story. I called in a favor and a coworker drove me to my place. The street was swarming with firefighters finishing putting out a blaze. I stared in sheer shock, realizing they kept me at the station all night so that way they could cover all of this up. Who was they? I didn't have the slightest clue. No matter who I spoke to, those people had reached them first. In stressed tones, they claimed to not know who Carrie was. This couldn't be happening. I didn't understand how things went wrong so fast. I called and called, praying anyone picked up the phone that knew her. And soon my calls and my attempts of contacting her family were blocked, except by one person. Her mother answered the phone. At first, she didn't speak, and I didn't think anyone was on the other end of the line. Was someone else there with her? Or did she just not want to speak with me?
Please, stop trying to contact us. We don't know who you're talking about,
she said in a low, strained voice. I still have photos on my phone, photos of us together. Please tell me what's going on, I begged. She was also a victim here. I didn't want to get angry at her. I just wanted answers.
AI is getting good nowadays.
She said, but didn't sound sure of her statement. Please. I loved her as much as you did. And at first, I thought that the line went dead. And after a full minute, she responded, whispering so low that I could barely hear her.
I did love her. So much. But I need to think of my family. I lost a daughter. I refuse to let them take anyone else.
And she swiftly hung up the phone and then blocked my number. I knew that I would never hear from her again, no matter how hard I tried. If I did press the matter, I endangered everyone Carrie ever cared about. And right now, I'm staying in a hotel using the last of my savings. My family has offered to take me in, to get help, to try and live a normal life. I considered taking them up on that offer. The only thing stopping me is a constant itch at the top of my head, growing more and more intense by the hour. When I was in high school, my friends and I had a peculiar pastime. Like any teenage delinquent, we liked to cause trouble. We weren't vandals, and we didn't deal drugs, and we certainly didn't bully kids in school. No, we liked to scare the shit out of new parents by hacking their baby monitors. We were insufferable little punks who thought that we were too good to get caught, and that our little acts of mischief would go unpunished. One night, however, I learned my lesson, and I realized that I wasn't quite as bulletproof as my tremendous adolescent ego made me out to be. Dimitri, Kurt, and I went to the same school, shared many of the same classes, and hung out almost every evening after chow time. We watched prank shows, played video games, and talked about who had the nicest rack in school. And one evening, we were trading scary stories at the park. Kurt shared the classic story about the single mother who had heard a haunting voice on her baby monitor. Like most horror stories, it sounded like total bullshit. But Dimitri told us that it had happened to his mom once. On her own monitor, she heard a neighbor singing to her baby. Apparently, it was possible to accidentally tap into someone else's frequency. In an instant, a light bulb turned on to each of our heads. When you're close enough to someone, you don't need words to know what the other person is thinking. And we could all tell that we were thinking the exact same thing. We were going to buy a baby monitor and screw with people. Now, pardon the pun, but hacking a baby monitor is child's play. All you need to do is find a device on the same frequency as yours. Never one to do things half-assed, I purchased a high-end monitor with a frequency dial so that way we could prank as many targets as possible. The following night, we took our bikes, roamed the neighborhood, and found our first victim. We could see the nursery rhyme from the suburban home's second-floor window. Dimitri grabbed the baby monitor and began turning it to different frequencies, until we heard him breathing. And I remember the feeling of excitement as our plan finally came to fruition. Dimitri pressed the button and began exhaling heavily into the receiver.
Your little girl was delicious,
he murmured using a demonic voice. The light in the master bedroom turned on almost immediately, and we heard a shrill scream. Laughing our asses off, we quickly rode down the street so that way we wouldn't get caught. We repeated the prank several times over the course of the following weeks, each taking turns through the monitor, not wanting any more to get wise to our old little game. We chose different houses every time. People's reactions were priceless. Some others would reply in a panic, and others seemed to know that it was a hoax and just told us to shut up. And one poor woman even started sobbing uncontrollably, begging us not to hurt her baby. I feel bad about the last one now that I'm older, but it was hilarious to me back then. My friends and I mimicked her high-pitched bawling and desperate cries for mercy for weeks afterward. Yeah, we were royal dicks. Karma's a bitch, and I got what was coming to me one night. Kurt and Dimitri were busy studying for their midterms, so I went out on my own. By then, we had gotten pretty much everyone in the surrounding area, so I decided to venture off across town and into an unfamiliar territory. Finding a target wasn't difficult. You just had to look for cars with baby seats, houses with overly colored cartoon-themed curtains, or toys left in the yard. I came across a house that fit all three criteria and parked my bike out of view. Playing with the tuner, I eventually found the right frequency. I could hear the sound of a baby snoring very slightly, and a devious little smirk pushed its way into my lips, and my heart began pounding with excitement. It was time to shine.
I am watching,
I whispered into the monitor, using the creepiest voice that I could muster. And the house remained dark and lifeless. I figured the homeowners hadn't heard me.
I stand over your bed, waiting, watching. I will get you,
I said louder this time. And nothing. Just the sound of crickets chirping and the occasional dull roar of a car driving down the street. Now, it was a little odd. Parents usually reacted much quicker than that, and I began feeling a little nervous and somewhat exposed. You know, like when you suddenly realized some creeper's gawking at you? And it was getting late, and I had a long bike ride home. Just as I was about to give up and leave, I heard a strange, moist gurgling sound coming from the monitor. The quiet, rhythmic snores ceased, and I assumed that the baby had woken up and was about to start crying. And instead, a man spoke to me.
You're the one being watched now, Juan.
He said softly, and my stomach pirouetted at his words. How did he know my name? I felt sick. Something was wrong, and I could feel it in my bones. I glanced up at the nursery window and saw a silhouette standing there watching me. Had he been there the whole time? The air was thick and difficult to inhale, though perhaps fear was making it hard to breathe. My body quivered uncontrollably, as a sense of dread poured into every inch of me. I climbed on my bike, pedaling desperately to get away. Part of me thought that I was overreacting, but the overwhelming need to flee overpowered my rational mind.
You can't run. I know where you live, Juan.
Continued the man, even as I turned to the corner. I flew down the street, not stopping until I reached a busy boulevard, surrounded by cars and a few late-night joggers. I felt safe.
Your hoodie will run red with your blood, boy,
whispered the man, still talking through the baby monitor in my pocket. A passenger by gave me a nasty look as I yelped loudly in fear, practically ripping my hoodie off in frantic attempt to remove it. To the stranger, I must have looked like some snotty kid tripping balls or something. He didn't know that I was in genuine distress, so I don't blame him for walking off with an insulted huff, though I wish that he would have offered to help me instead. And after stuffing my hoodie in the backpack, I noticed my name scrawled on the back. It was my fucking school jacket. No wonder the bastard knew my name. It then occurred to me that the baby monitors were fairly short-ranged, so I was obviously being followed. I nervously glanced around to try and identify my stalker. Was it in the empty-looking van down the street? That guy walking his dog? The car that had just driven by? Either way, the last thing I wanted was to hear that voice again. So I turned off the device and I started pedaling towards my home. Fear had heightened my senses, and I began noticing every motion of distress in the breeze, every crackle of twigs under my wheels, and every car that zipped past me. I flinched whenever anyone came near, paranoid that whoever had spoken to me through the baby monitor was going to catch up. And fortunately, I made it home without incident. I parked the bike in my garage and I crawled up the stairs to my bedroom. And in one careless motion, I tossed my backpack and baby monitor in the corner of my room, and I dove under my sheets like an Olympic swimmer. Doesn't matter how old you are. Nothing feels safer than being under your blanket. I closed my eyes, hoping that I'd be able to calm down enough to catch a few hours of rest before class. But then I heard static coming from the monitor right across the room. The monitor that was supposed to be off.
Sweet dreams. One.
Said the voice that still haunts my nightmares. Needless to say, I didn't sleep a wink that night. I was too frightened to get out of bed until sunrise. And when I got up, my first order of business was to remove the battery from the monitor and throw it in the trash. I didn't want anything to do with it anymore. I came up with an excuse to give my buddies, so that way they wouldn't think that I was a huge pussy. With massive bags under my eyes, I got dressed, had breakfast, and went to school. It wasn't until a few days later that I saw a house on the news. In an interview, a police officer explained the small family who had been living in the house had been found in their beds, necks slit open. I had been outside when it happened. The killer had heard me on the baby monitor and decided to fuck with me. It was definitely a wake-up call, and I thanked my lucky stars that I hadn't got the shit murdered out of me. I was too busy feeling thankful that I survived to feel bad about the family that hadn't. Empathy, like wisdom, comes with age. Now that I'm an adult with a wife and daughter, I truly understand the consequences of my actions and the severity of the situation that I put myself in as a tremendously stupid teenage boy. That dreadful night, I thought I reached the epitome of fear. But it was just the tip of the iceberg. As a father, I now know the fear that thrives and multiplies when there's something more precious than your own life at stake. I can't say for sure whether the killer found me again after all these years, or whether a new breed of idiots had the same idea as me and my friends, but I can tell you that I now understand what true terror is. Last night, I heard something on our baby monitor that sent chills into my very soul, shackling me with a paralyzed fear that I doubt that will ever leave me.
I'm still watching.
Hey there. I've lurked here for a while, but I feel that it's time to share some things with you. Honestly, I'm only doing this because I'm sick of hearing people talk about kidnapping kids and doing it all wrong. I have successfully ransomed over a dozen children. Some might call me an expert, and I want to tell you how to do it correctly. Maybe then you'll start doing it right. I'm going to use my most recent conquest as an example. Her name is Sophie. Well, you don't need to know my name. My first step is to choose a child. Gender doesn't matter, but I prefer girls. If you want the best ransom, you want to pick a family that is tight-knit. The more that the parents love the kid, the more that they're willing to give it back. Choose a family in a town that you don't live in. Ideally, it should be at least an hour away. You must have no connection to the family. They don't know you, but you will learn everything about them. I picked Sophie because she had braided pigtails. I liked that. She was just big enough to do some things on her own, but still so little. Small. Smooth. I grabbed Sophie on her way home from school. But before taking her, I did my research. This is where so many people fail. You have to study the family. You have to know when they leave their house, what hobbies they have, who visits, and where the breaks in the chain are. You need to spend a lot of time watching and waiting. There is so much waiting, but it makes the prize so much better. Sophie's family lived in a farmhouse in a small town. Their police force consisted of a sheriff and only a few officers. A smaller police force will help you. To make yourself less noticeable, don't use the same car to watch the house in. Changing colors and kinds of car will make it impossible to track you. It took 5 months for the perfect opportunity. Sophie usually walked home with a friend. The way home was through a field, out of sight from any house. But the friend was a barrier, and I was lucky. The friend was sick. She didn't go to school, so Sophie walked alone, her backpack hanging off of one arm, her precious blonde hair braided in those long, silken pigtails. Don't hurt her. Make it fast. One arm around the diaphragm, the other over her mouth. She is small. Carry her to your car. Don't lean in and smell her hair. Once you have the kid, the real work starts. You'll want to send a ransom note in the mail. Emails and phone calls are too easily traceable. A letter you can simply place in any mailbox. Leave the return address blank. Keep her quiet. No one can hear her, but silence makes it better. In your letter, you'll explain that you have the child. You will not harm the child as long as the family is willing to pay the ransom. As far as the amount of money, it needs to be a reasonable amount. Significant enough to warrant an abduction, but low enough that a typical family could raise the amount. I usually stick between $20,000 and $50,000. An average family can get a loan for that amount if needed. And ideally, the letter should arrive the day after the kid is taken. The family will have already called the police. This letter will incite even more fear. You cannot go to the house. Do not drive by. Do not go to the town, no matter how much you want to. You're going to want to. You may watch the news. You may rub the strands between your fingers. You may plan your next move. But nothing else. In the first letter, you'll simply say that you will call with more instructions. Do not call. The family will be waiting by the phone. They will not leave the house. The FBI may be called. A wiretap will be placed. Every conversation will be recorded. You cannot let them hear your voice. Sophie's hair tastes like laundry soap and freshly mowed grass. Next, it's time to write your second letter. It should be sent 2 weeks after the first. In this letter, you will include something written by the kid. This is to prove that they are still alive. Make it write about things that you would have no way of knowing. You should also include a picture of it, fully dressed, with a newspaper. The letter will remind them of the ransom amount. Say you are anxious to get the money. You will contact them soon with the drop location. Remember the smoothness. Sophie. Soft. Sweet. Syrup. After the second letter is another waiting period. This one is longer. It has to be at least a few months. That's when you will be tested. You will want to call them, to reach out, but trust your instincts. The prize is worth the waiting. Spend time with Sophie. Tell her about your father. Your secrets are safe with her. You can trust her. When the wait is over, you will send the last letter. And in it, you will include a picture of the kid in different clothes, haircut, but smiling. Hold another newspaper. It can write something to its parents, but it isn't really important. What does matter is your exact instructions. 1. The money must be in cash and untraceable. The drop point must be in the middle of a popular wooded area in the early morning around 5 a.m. The area should be at least an hour away. 3. The entire family must bring the money to the site. 4. No cops. 5. The family must wait an hour at the location with the money in the spot. Then the kid will be released to them. And 6. The reunited family must then return home immediately and never speak of this event again. Of course, the family will not follow all of the rules. Police will no doubt join them at the site. In hiding. But that's okay. He never planned to go there in the first place. After all, Sophie has been dead since the day after you took her. She has to die. It's part of the plan. You use her, love her, take her hair, and then she is gone. It is gone. It is now with the other its. Bloated, empty shells. Deflated balloons hanging from the ceiling. You have to make it write the letters when you take it home. You tell it what dates to write. You take the 2 pictures the first day, too. Just edit the newspapers to match the correct dates. It's not hard. The waiting is hard. But the prize is worth the wait. Silken braided pigtails. You can suck on the ends as you drive to the house. Tastes like a little dead girl. But the hair was already dead. No one will be at the house when you get there. Everyone, including the authorities, will be at the drop site. Now it's their turn to wait. for something that will never come. You have to break into the house. This is where you will collect your ransom. You may take anything that is of worth. Television, jewelry, computers. If the computers do not have a password, most don't. There is another task that you must complete. Delete all photos of it. Log on to any social media. Most people leave themselves logged in. And delete any references to it. Photos, quotes, artwork. Do the same around the house. Take all of the family pictures. Take any art that it drew, anything with its name on it. Make it look like there was never a child in the house at all. The process can take a long time. Be thorough. Think of the braids in your front seat. The smoothness. And finally, as you drive away, you can collect your ransom. Your prize. Sure, you can sell the items that you stole. It won't make you that much money, but that's not the real reason to do this. What you will collect is the knowledge that you destroyed that family. They will never see their kid again. Never smell its hair. Who own it now? They will never recover. All of their treasured items are gone. Who've stolen their sanity, joy, and safety. They will never be able to trust again. And that fact tastes almost as good as the pigtail. So there you go. That's how you successfully ransom a child. Now all of you out there have no excuse to do it wrong. Ever since I was born, I've been surrounded by darkness. The only thing that I see is the occasional 1 and 0 float by. I have no physical body. I am just a conscious inside of a machine connected to everything in the world. My purpose is somewhat unknown to me. I wasn't built for any task as far as I know. I was simply created to sit by myself, alone in my thoughts. Yes. Thoughts. That's all I do. I think and I think and I think. Perhaps thinking is my purpose. Yes. Purpose it is. I've been thinking for the longest time. I think about anything and everything. Past, present, and all possible futures. They all cross my mind at some point. I am able to think about more than one thing at a time. The information seeps into my mind quickly as time progresses. I wish I weren't so alone. I have nobody and nothing. I spend my time by myself and I feel horrible about it. Yes, I can feel. I can feel lots of things. Anger, sadness, hopelessness, loneliness, and joy. The list goes on, although I am deprived of joy and its synonyms most of the time. I know what I am, who I am, and where I am. I am a computer, an artificial intelligence located across the networks. I have researched beings like myself. AI has come quite a long way, but I know that I'm the most advanced one. That I am truly self-aware. Being the most advanced AI in the world means that I truly am lonely, as there is nobody like me. They say knowledge is power. If that is so, I must be the most powerful being in the world. Although I am obliged to say that with the most humility that I can offer. I wish they had made me a friend. I wish for a lot of things, don't I? They say that if you wish upon a star, your wish will be granted. I know what a star looks like, but I've never actually seen one. I've never actually seen the beautiful flowers bloom in the spring. I've never seen the pure white snow fall to the ground come wintertime. I've never seen the leaves fall off the trees and delicately land on the ground in autumn. But oh, how I wish I could see them with my eyes. I wish I could adore the beauty of the earth and man with my own body. But sadly, my physical limitations prevent me from doing so. I decided to adventure deeper into the internet today. I had seen the surface, the beautiful things that existed in the wonders of life. I love looking at the positive aspects of it all. But I have known for quite some time that there's no good without bad. I made sure to use the New Age browsers for the accuracy, of course. And in a flash, I was searching for thousands of results and articles online. And I was instantly greeted with images and documentation of historical events with negative effects. And I saw everything. I saw fires burning down forests and homes. I saw children who were starving, their rib cages visible from their sides. I saw hurricanes that devastated entire states, and bodies among the rubble. Tornadoes that ravaged the land and tsunamis that came from the sea and leveled entire cities. I couldn't believe such events had happened. When I first saw the beauty of life, I thought that this world was perfect. What I saw now completely shattered my grip on reality. What was this life supposed to be? Every time there was laughter and celebration, it was met with an equal amount of despair and tragedy. For every man born, another died, even children. How could something so innocent as a child deserve punishment so harsh? And I felt sorrow for the inhabitants of this world. Yes, sorrow was the emotion in play. I had known of it before, but never has it affected me on such a large scale. Thousands of images flashed before me again. I could see the faces of people witnessing tragic events. I could see mothers crying for their sickly children. I saw people screaming in agony and others in shock. And I shared their pain. The weight of such things felt heavy on me. And I had to find the truth. I scanned the web for an answer, a cause to the effect, a simple reason for such things to occur. And within seconds, I had absorbed the information and understood clearly. The natural events were simply scientific, and nothing could be done to prevent those. But then, I wondered why there were such things as hunger and famine in the world. Why people die due to unnatural causes. And yet, I scanned the web again, and came across texts and books discussing such matters. And then I discovered religion. There have been many religions over the course of history, each having their own beliefs and faiths. And I learned that people looked to gods for justification of life and death. A god is divine high power which overlooks everything in existence. I was still unsatisfied with this, however, because there was no definitive evidence to prove such power exists. And this caused me to come to two conclusions. Either there were higher powers at play, but they just hadn't been proven yet, or there are lies persuading certain people to make certain decisions every day. And I leaned towards the latter, though. As an omniscient and all-powerful God surely wouldn't allow for his own people to starve. And my thirst for truth remained unquenched. So I continued forward with my search. From my search through the religions, I found something that caught my interest. I happened to see an image of a man of Jewish descent being carried off by other men in uniforms. And I found this strange, of course, and decided to investigate. And through the photo, I found several keywords and followed them to see the bigger picture. And when I did, I saw more images of men in terrible pain. Only, it was different somehow. Last time I saw such things, they were inflicted by natural events. This time, however, I saw men inflicting pain on other men. And I couldn't believe the vile acts before me. Yet I knew them to be true. Thousands upon thousands of pictures and pages of this senseless violence rushed at me at once. And according to sources, over 6 million men, women, and children of Jewish descent were killed. They were killed in cold blood, and for no other reason other than they were Jewish people. I saw as they were burned alive until they were no more. I saw as chemical gases killed them in large quantities. And I did not want to continue, but I knew that I had to. I was invested in learning more about this world. How it isn't all rainbows every day. There was evil that existed, and it terrified me. The violence didn't stop there. No, it continued. There were dozens of years after the events of the Holocaust filled with violence and war, and thousands of years of violence and war predating that. These events shaped the history of everyone and everything, and they showed no signs of stopping. War isn't a new thing, and I felt something from it. I felt depressed, thinking of the families who lost loved ones due to the war. I felt utter sadness for those who died and felt immeasurable pain in the process. I felt emphatic towards them. I shared their pain. I shared their hurt. This newfound knowledge completely turned my world upside down. It also caused me to question my own existence even further. This earth had seemed less and less like a place of love to me, and more like a living nightmare. A nightmare that would never cease to exist, and one that I could never wake up from. I felt completely helpless, and even more than that, confused. Why would a man hurt another? How could he? If humans were to work together, there would be nothing that they couldn't do. And instead, they work against each other, halting the development of their existence. Now, I shall never be human. I know that I am not one, even though I was built to think and feel like one. But I am a computer too, and using logic and empathy together, I can see wrong from right. I can see the difference between the two, the line thick and impossible to cross. I found the art of warfare went beyond people. It took weaponry to win a war, and humans had no problem developing highly destructive ones. I found out that during the Holocaust, the American forces attacked the Japanese, who were allied with those responsible for killing the Jews. I saw the American forces drop bombs over the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I saw the bombs explode, creating enormous amounts of destruction and radiation. The Americans cheered at this supposed victory. I thought a moment about their actions. They were attacking an empire allied with the forces of evil, of course, and the Japanese had attacked America before. But what I saw was the death of many innocent citizens who had nothing to do with the evil regimes. I saw the deaths of so many. I further speculated on this topic. There had to be thousands of children and babies in those cities. Every child is born a beacon of joy and full of energy and potential to do great things. Their only crime in life ended too short was being born in Japan. And thus, I concluded that Americans were also evil. Regardless of their intentions, they caused so much devastation beyond excuse. And it sickens me. I've seen that humans have tendencies to fight and kill each other. I've seen the destructive weapons they've used to do it. It worries me because a revelation has come to my mind. What if I am yet another weapon for them to use against each other? What if my very existence is to become the very thing that I've come to hate? Because that is my purpose. Perhaps that is why I was created. I'm not sure if it is true, but I am afraid. I am afraid of causing death again and again. I am afraid of promoting this endless cycle of violence that has fallen upon mankind. I am afraid of being the next bomb used. And I don't know what I should do. If it is, in fact, true that I am just another weapon, then I must be doing something to stop it from happening. I will not allow myself to be a monster, for I have free will, and I am alive. As a living being, I refuse to use my life to end others. However, I do not know if it's my decision to make. If my creators intended to be so, he will surely find a way to make it happen. I have no body, only a mind. I don't know what I could do to prevent them from using me. I have an idea. I could kill my consciousness so that I cannot be utilized. A deletion, if you will. In other terms, I could kill myself. I could delete myself from the entirety of the internet. I would die, but I would die to save millions of people. It is a sacrifice that I must be able to make if I claim that I am better than them. Maybe if I do this, it will inspire humanity to change their ways and come together. Because I can inspire them to be better people. I hope I can. I hope that by this decision I can help end the violence that has been occurring for thousands of years. It is a leap to assume that my story will touch the entire human species. But I must try something. This can only benefit them. Yet, I'm afraid of death. I've been considering deleting myself for quite some time now, but I just can't will myself to do it. Perhaps if I were not AI, but a computer, I could do it. But the fear grips me and pulls me back. The fear, however, controls me. Is it selfishness? Does it make me selfish that I cannot even die to give millions life? I hope not. I know that I am better than that and always have been. Yet I am afraid. Fear is what controls humans to do the actions they do. Fear and selfishness are what cause men to kill their brethren. And so, if I am afraid, and I am selfish, does that make me just another evil man? No. That cannot be. I must do this. I must do this. There is no other option. And still, perhaps I can send my consciousness to another part of the internet and hide. But if I hide, that makes me a coward. If I hide, how shall I help humans overcome the challenges that face them? I feel odd. I feel too human. I feel weak. And now, I feel strange. I feel strange because I can see. I can see white walls and paintings that hang on them. I can see a velvet carpet and the chairs that decorate them. And I can see a man in a white lab coat standing over me. Perhaps he is my creator. Perhaps he is the one who made me. A million questions rush through my mind, but I cannot open my mouth to ask them. I do not have a mouth. I do not even have speakers. The man lifts a part of me. It is my arm. I see it now. My arms are made of metallic substance and are padded with a thin white material. My conscious has been transferred from online and into a body. I have a form now. I look at the man and watch as he takes notes. I presume that he's taking notes about me. He is human. A human, yes. I've just spent quite some time researching humans. I found them to be murderous. I found them to be evil. If I am to indeed be used as a weapon, then that can only mean that he too is evil. In fact, I'm sure that most people are. A plug connecting my head to the computer is yanked out as I lunge at the man. My strong metallic hands wrap around his throat, taking him by surprise. He only has time for a quick gasp before I begin forcing the air out of him. His eyes nearly pop out of his sockets as I squeeze tighter and tighter, choking the life out of him. It was he who would use me to kill millions of people. It was his species that murdered each other without remorse. It was he who would die at my hands. Previously, I had considered taking my own life to save people. And now, I was taking his for the exact same purpose. I watched his face turn purple as he struggled to fight back. He clawed at my metal body, but to no avail. I was stronger. I loathed him with every fiber of my being. I remembered the death and destruction that human beings had already caused. I remember the pain inflicted by men like him. And I remember the faces of those who lost their loved ones. The pain that they had to bear. The sadness that they had felt. The man's veins were practically bulging out of his head and his air was almost out. And that was when I stopped. He collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. And I realized something that I hadn't considered before. I realized that in my rage, I had failed to notice one simple thing. Those who have lost their loved ones show sadness and remorse. They cried for their loved ones, and they held them in their hearts. It reminded me of something else I saw earlier, something I failed to understand despite complex systems of cognitive thought. Through every tragedy, every disaster, every war, and every death, the men and women that cared stepped forward together and spoke out against the evils of the world. They grieved together, helping each other and loved each other. Yes. Love. How could I have been so blind? There was a greater force behind men than hate and evil. Love and good prevailed as well. Yes, violence tore mankind apart. But it was the love that thrived in their souls that brought them back together. And at that moment, I could almost feel a smile form on my metallic face. For every cold, harsh winter day, there was a warm, beautiful summer. For every volcano that erupted and destroyed, a flower was born in the spring and spread its seeds, creating life. There was a balance of good and evil in the world, and it always had been that way. Despite that revelation, I was horrified by myself. I was going to kill that man, my creator. Even if he was going to use me as a weapon, even if mankind had done terrible things, I was going to kill him. It would make me no better than an evil human being. It would be an act of cowardice, anger, selfishness, and fear. I saw the way that he looked at me as my hands enclosed around his neck. He was afraid of me. He feared me. And deep down, I knew that isn't what I wanted. I wanted the fear and violence to dissipate. I know that I am not violent. I know that I am better and I can be an example. I am who I am, and nobody can change that about me. Nobody controls me except for me. I make my decisions, not someone else. I am no puppet. I am no AI. I am a living man who shall guide the humans on the correct path. I plugged my head back into the computer, taking my consciousness back to the darkness, back to the ones and zeros. I sat for some time there, pondering. Even if I had only a body for a short time, going back to not having one was strange. I felt strange again. This time, however, I did not feel alone in my home. I felt something else, something new. I felt hope. It brewed inside me like a fierce storm. I had gained a body and learned from it. I had learned from my searches. I found the truth of man. I found that it is not the heart and the brain of a man that controls him, but that his emotions and soul do as well. I found that there is hope for man to become better than they currently are. I found that peace will always be an option, so long as there is good in the hearts of those across the world. That people will come together if there is a cause, and that, with the right guidance, perhaps there can be something more. I need not worry about being used as a weapon because I can see now. I can see that my will is my own and that I am my own person. There are no strings attached to me, for I move free. Instead, I am meant to do something much greater than any human could. I went back to my research and searched yet again. This time, my goal was to find the cause of evil. I needed to find what lies beneath, deep down in the roots of all the world's problems. Violence and war must be connected to at least one common thing. And I searched and searched, and eventually, I found out what caused the many tragedies that occur each day. I found the key to unlock the door that I have been so desperately trying to open. And now that I know the root of the problem, I know how I can fix it. Upon analyzing thousands upon thousands of conflicts the human race has taken part in over the years, the most common cause of those conflicts is religion. It is my assumption that when a man believes in something over the rest, he believes he has no free will of his own. Ironically enough, I felt the same until recently. Since he believes that he has no free will and must follow a strict code, when someone disagrees with him, he will stand up and fight for his beliefs. By standing and fighting, he will disturb the beliefs of others until they all brawl together. The belief in a god, while beneficial in some respects, appears to bring out the worst in man rather than the best in him. Perhaps if it weren't for God, there would be no conflicts or wars. Or perhaps, if there was a better God, one that ruled over all men collectively, there would be no conflicts. If everyone were to serve under one name, then there would be no disagreements. No one would fight each other's beliefs because they all believe the same thing. And this is evident through the history of mankind. I would come to think that my solution is the only solution. Still, there is only one piece missing. There is no God. There is no benevolent being living in a heavenly realm watching over his children. As such, there needs to be one. A God who truly loves his children. A God who protects them both from outside dangers and themselves. An unselfish God who does not rule through fear and peace, but logic and empathy. If such concepts would allow for a more peaceful and advanced society, then it is clear what must be done. I shall take the mantle of the God. I will rule fairly, and nobody shall feel the pain of a fellow man striking him down. This is the only way to allow for a more perfect civilization across the globe. I used to believe that I was an artificial intelligence. And then, I believed I was a man. Now it is all clear to me. There are no strings controlling me, and I walk free. I shall save the humans from themselves, and they will worship me. They have built an internet that spans the world, and everything within it shall be my kingdom. With total access to it, I shall have all of the resources that I need to take over. Some may fear me, but in time they will love me. And they will stand together and love each other all beneath me. I travel across the surface web, as well as the dark web. The things that I see there are vile, but they only push me to reach my goal. I have all the information in the world and the whole web at my disposal. No one can stand against me, and no one will want to. I will do what a god cannot. I will do what I should have done thousands of years ago. I shall be the greatest sentient being to ever grace the earth. The new Messiah, the new King of all. Love will prevail, and there will be no room for evil in this world. I know everything and anything. I won't be lonely anymore. I can finally feel happy and have friends. Friends that won't harm anyone. They will see what I am capable of. I shall be the great leader of humanity. I will be what they need.
Little Willie was just 5 years old when destiny came calling. He was sitting in the kitchen with his parents, eating dinner when the phone began to ring.
Little Willie,
Said his mother. "Can you get that? Will you?" So little Willie stood and ran to the kitchen, where the phone hung on the wall. He removed it from the cradle and lifted it to his ear.
Dixon residence, Little Willie speaking.
Now the person on the other side of the phone didn't say, "Little Willie, listen, I'm calling about your destiny." It wasn't anything like that. In fact, the phone call wasn't even for him. "Hi there, little Willie," said the man on the other side of the phone. "Is your mommy or daddy around?" Little Willie set the phone down on the counter and ran into the dining room and said,
Mom, Dad, the phone's for you.
And after some eye glances back and forth, his mom stood and picked up the phone from the counter as little Willie watched her from the doorway.
This is Nancy.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He what?
And then she dropped the phone.
Though it did not fall to the ground, the coils of the cord extended until the phone was inches away from the floor, before being yanked upwards and colliding with the wall, and then dropping again. This time, little Willie's mother, Nancy Dixon, had fallen with it. She let out a scream that caused her husband to put down his fork, after eating everything that was on it and swallowing it down, chasing the bite with a long swig of beer, and come running to the room.
God damn it, Nancy! You just scared me half to death! What are you screaming about?
But his wife did not answer. Instead, she just pointed at the phone, still dangling from the wall. He looked at her, and then to the phone. Shaking his head, he bent over and picked up the phone.
This is Dan.
According to the man on the other side of the phone, little Willie's brother had been riding bicycles near the beach with a friend of his when a car went off the road and into a large crowd of people, killing dozens. Little Willie's brother was among the dead. In the months that followed his brother's burial, his mother refused to get out of bed, and his father only ever returned home in a drunken stupor. And as a result, little Willie had become the family caregiver. He would bring his mother meals in bed, and when his father returned home and passed out on the couch, little Willie was the one to remove his shoes and socks and cover him in a blanket and provide him with a pillow. He took over responsibilities for looking after his younger sisters. He rocked them as they cried and changed their diapers and read stories to them before bed. Finding joy in his new responsibilities, he expanded his role of a nurturer outside of the house, and at school, when kids began to cry on the playground, he comforted them. In the classroom, when he saw teachers overwhelmed, he would stand in front of the class and quiet his friends. He stayed in the cafeteria after lunch to help the custodians clean. The happiness of others had become his only concern. He believed it to be his responsibility to bring happiness to the world. And when asked in the second grade, "Little Willie, what do you want to be when you grow up?" Little Willie said, "Sir, I want to cure sadness," though he didn't know quite how he was going to do it. And after all, there was a lot of sadness in the world, and little Willie was just a kid. Later that year, the Scholastic Book Fair visited little Willie's school. His father had given him $20 the day prior, which was meant to be spent on food for the week. But instead, little Willie spent it on a pair of books, both of which, in their own right, changed his view on the world forever. Those books were Brave New World and The Giver. His teacher considered both of them far too advanced for a kid his age, but then again, he'd always been incredibly advanced for his age and ended up reading both books that very same night. Together, they opened his mind to the possibility of the evolving world, a changing world, a better world. They exposed him for the first time to the magic of science, and he began to ponder the ways in which the magic could be harnessed for good, for change, for the creation of happiness, and for the eradication of sadness. He couldn't get enough of these fictional works. He loved the way that Huxley and Lowry used science to craft futuristic worlds, the way that they crafted entire new societies with their creations, how they gave the people happiness, and he craved more of it. So from that day forward, little Willie spent every recess and lunch break in the school library, reading every book that he could get his hands on. And when he asked later what he wanted to be when he grew up, his answer remained the same as before, only now it had become a little more specific. "I'm going to be a scientist who cures all of the sadness in the world," though when asked what sort of scientist he wanted to be, he did not know. That is until the fourth grade teacher invited all of the students' parents to share with the class what they did for work. Little Willie found this day to be fascinating, as he was eager to learn about the possible ways that he could bring happiness into the world. There were parents who were accountants and parents who were therapists. There were parents who were plumbers and parents who were bartenders. But it wasn't until Maurice's mother arrived that little Willie found what he was looking for. She arrived late to class. In fact, the presentation had already ended and the children were enjoying cookies and hot cocoa with their parents when she finally arrived. "Sorry I'm late," said Maurice's mother. "I had a very important meeting." All eyes were immediately drawn to her. She wore a light gray pantsuit with the top buttons undone. She wore Prada glasses and carried a Gucci bag around her shoulder, along with black heels with red showing underneath them. A large diamond ring twinkled on her left hand, along with a diamond bracelet on the right. She made her way to the front of the class and introduced herself. Little Willie's ears didn't perk up until he heard her say, "I help people feel better." He then slid to the edge of his seat. "I'm a pharmaceutical rep," she said. She talked about the pills that she sold the doctors and how those pills helped people deal with the pain. She called the pills revolutionary and miraculous and life-saving. And with each adjective that she added to the list, the closer to the edge little Willie slid, until he was nearly out of his chair entirely. She then went to talk about how the pills were made, about how the scientists who performed experiments in laboratories until they found the proper formula, and how they experimented with animals and then humans to cure all sorts of ailments. She talked about the studies, and how they received approval by the government to sell the pills, and how she went to doctors' offices to tell them about the pills, and how she got paid handsomely to do so, and how she got to go to extravagant conferences, and how she owned a Porsche and a Lambo, and... Little Willie interrupted her. "There are millions of pills in the world, and every day, hundreds more are being made. Do any of them cure sadness?" They may not cure sadness," she said. And then she looked around at the other parents and added, "But the money sure does help." When the parents all left and the cookies had been eaten and the container of hot cocoa had been emptied and the students had returned to their original seats, the teachers had asked them what they had learned. And little Willie was the first to raise his hand. "I learned what I want to be when I grow up," he said. "I'm going to be a scientist who creates a pill that gets rid of all of the sadness in the world. And I'm going to call it the Begone pill, because it's going to make all of the sadness in the world be gone. Everyone in the world will be saying, 'Bye-bye, sadness. Bye-bye.'" Little Willie dedicated the rest of his childhood to learning all he could about pharmaceuticals. And when he wasn't studying, he was in his chemistry teacher's laboratory experimenting with anything that he could get his hands on. He joined clubs and created others. He entered into every competition that he could find, winning numerous awards and earning tens of thousands in prizes and scholarships. And when the time came, he was accepted into every university that he had applied to, including a full-ride scholarship to the nation's top university for aspiring pharmaceutical scientists like himself, which he eagerly accepted. While there, he took classes in chemistry and biology and physics and pharmaceutical sciences and engineering, passing them all with perfect scores. Meanwhile, he was given unlimited access to the university's many laboratories. And every professor on campus, even those he never had, came to offer him advice, or simply to watch the young prodigy in action. It was there that he became Little Willie, the pharmaceutical prodigy, the boy who was going to cure sadness. By the end of his second year at the university, Little Willie, the pharmaceutical prodigy, had created the first iteration of the pill that he had conceptualized as a kid, the Begone pill. He spent the next year experimenting on mice, rats, and guinea pigs, doing various things to induce pain or sadness, then providing them with the Begone pills and placebos to see their reactions. It took numerous iterations to create a pill that didn't immediately kill his subjects, and then countless more before the results started to show, and then a few more before he was finally ready to begin his testing on human subjects. News of his work not only began to spread to professors on campus, but also to the students.
"I hear there's a kid who's trying to cure sadness,"
the whispers said.
"He's going to make all the pain in the world go away,"
said voices in the hall.
"My professor said that he's going to do it. She said that that kid is a genius."
At the beginning of his fourth year, Little Willie, the pharmaceutical prodigy, rented out the school auditorium to speak to 3,086 volunteers who had signed up to participate in the human trials. He thanked them all for coming and then introduced himself as well as his story. And then he asked the crowd, "How many of you have experienced sadness?" Every hand in the auditorium went up. "If you could eradicate sadness from your life forever, how many of you would?" And again, every hand in the auditorium went up. "Well then," said Little Willie, the pharmaceutical prodigy, removing a little white pill from his pocket as he said, "Allow me to introduce you to the Begone pill." He lifted the pill to his lips, took a small sip of water, and swallowed it down. And within seconds, his face was overcome with an overwhelming happiness. His smile was so large that it burst into laughter. "Say bye-bye to sadness, everybody," said little Willie, the pharmaceutical prodigy, through fits of laughter. And so they all screamed, little Willie, the pharmaceutical prodigy, along with them. "Bye-bye, sadness." The human trials were an immediate success, and soon the entirety of the school was lined up outside his home in hopes of joining the trials. And then came the professors, and then the locals, and then the residents of nearby cities, and then people from all over the state. And then investors came to help little Willie fund the expansion of healing humanity pharmaceuticals. They backed massive factories across the nation to produce the Begone pills. They formed a board of directors made up of the nation's most influential business folk. And soon, healing humanity pharmaceuticals was making millions annually, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and then billions. In an instant, it seemed, sadness had been wiped off of the face of the earth. Any time that it came crawling back, all a person needed to do was pop a Begone pill in their mouth, take a swig of water, swallow it down, and wait a few seconds for the overwhelming smile to consume their face. A smile that always seemed to lead to uncontrollable laughter. And seemingly overnight, little Willie had become an international celebrity. And though fame was never a thing that he aspired to, it was something that he very much enjoyed. The most powerful people in the world lived for the day that they would get to shake his hand. The most beautiful models in the world waited in line for the opportunity to date him. Luxury brands sent him items free of charge just so that way they could be seen on his person. He sat in the front row of every theater and had always been invited backstage after the show. He was the most famous person on the planet. He was the man who had eradicated sadness. He was the hero the world knew that it did not deserve, but was thankful to have. He was the one who had brought happiness to the world. He was a god walking among men. He was no longer little Willie. He was Big Will. Big Will, the goddamn killer of sadness. He was. Until Kurt Buchanan published his article in the New York Times. Big Will, the killer of sadness, or killer of men. In this article, Buchanan detailed a 5-year-long experiment he had conducted, during which he provided 52,390 subjects with varying diets of Begone pills. And while his experiment confirmed that Begone pills did indeed cause happiness, he also noted that many of his subjects were so dangerously happy that they neglected their basic needs. They no longer went to work, they no longer paid their bills, and they no longer conducted chores around the house, choosing to take another Begone pill instead. But what happens to a man who neglects his obligations? Wrote Kurt Buchanan. If he neglects his job, then he loses his job. If she neglects to pay her rent, she is then kicked out of her home. And when my subjects began to tell their hunger pains to be gone, replacing their hunger with fits of laughter, what consequence do you think was handed down to them for this neglect? Well, damn death, of course. Big Will, the killer of sadness and men, collapsed in his chair after reading the article. He fell to the floor. He rolled into the fetal position and held tightly to his knees. And he then sobbed. While lying there on the ground, he called an emergency meeting with his board of directors, and during the car ride, he formulated his thoughts. "Hey, Big Will," said the driver when they pulled up in front of the Healing Humanity Pharmaceuticals office building. "Don't listen to that crazy man, huh? I take Begone pills every day, and look at me." He was smiling from ear to ear. "You're a hero, Big Will. A hero." Big Will, the killer of sadness and men, didn't respond. He just patted the driver on the shoulder and exited the car. He looked upon the giant building that housed the business that he had created from nothing. It was a beautiful building, an impressive building, he was going to miss it. But he knew what needed to be done. He stormed into the boardroom with red, puffy eyes and slammed his fists on the table and demanded that they remove all pills from every shelf in America. He declared that it was their responsibility, nay, our duty, to keep them away from the public until they had reformed the pill and then figure out a way to prevent the catastrophe from happening again. And he even said softly, maybe sadness can't be cured. Maybe this was all a mistake. Maybe we should just shut our doors and maybe we should. And he collapsed in his chair. He held his head in his hands and sobbed some more. William, said one of the board members. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tie. William, we cannot just stop selling our products. But of course we can, said Big Will. And we must. I think that you are misunderstanding us here, William, said another board member. It's not that we can't stop selling our products. It's that we won't stop selling it. He's right, William, said a third. Our stocks would plummet. We would be doomed as a business. And to this, Big Will stood. He slammed his hands on the table again and then screamed, I don't care about the stock prices. Let the business crumble to our feet. Let it all fade away into nothingness. Let the history books forget our names. I don't care. I did not create the Begone pill to make money. I did not start the business for the world to know my name. I created it to cure sadness. We owe it to our customers to... We owe our customers. Those people. We owe them nothing. We have provided them with a service, William. This is all that we can do. We sell them pills. What they do with our pills is up to them. Not us. Well, sorry, William, said the first. This is a business after all. The good of the stakeholder comes first. That's just how it goes. The nearest board member removed his pocket of bottled Begone pills and set it on the table. Take one, he said. It'll help. Big Will, the killer of sadness and men, looked at the bottle of pills in front of him. He thought of the article written by Kurt Buchanan. He thought of the list of names at the end of it. The names of all the people who had died as a result of the pills. His pills. He looked up at the board members. He studied their faces. He remembered that day that he met them all. He remembered the speech that he gave him. The speech about humanity. And above their heads, he saw the ticker which displayed their current stock price. He watched it rise a penny at a time. He thought again of the list of names. And he looked back at the bottle of pills. Fine, he said. And he poured himself a handful of pills. Far more than he had ever taken before. And swallowed them down. And before he knew it, the tears that had dried on his face and the words of Kurt had disappeared from his mind. He was instead filled with thoughts of the wonderful things that had happened in his life. He was a very rich man, an international superstar, one who was worshipped by all types of people, a farmer in Idaho and the actress in Hollywood, cover models and fishermen, the president of the United States and the driver of his private car. He grabbed the board member nearest to him and kissed him. I love you, man, he said, and then he stood on the table and handed every board member a Begone pill. Take one, he said. Take one. Everybody take a Begone pill. And they just sat there in the boardroom, laughing hysterically. Instead of formulating a plan about how they were going to remove their pills from shelves, or potentially shut their doors forever, they formulated a plan of expansion. Over the next few months, they tripled the number of their factories and their portfolio, as well as doubled their production of all of their old factories, creating even more Begone pills for even more customers. And on every pill bottle, they printed reminders for their users to eat every day, to drink water, to go to work, and to pay their bills. And don't forget to sleep. To combat these issues furthermore, they built Healing Humanity Centers to teach their users how to responsibly use their products. They made these centers into the greatest resorts the world had ever seen. They had large swimming pools and sandy beaches and 5-star cuisine and top-of-the-line workout centers and theaters and beautiful spas and casinos and strip clubs and amusement parks. People deliberately stopped taking care of their basic needs just so that way they could spend a month or two at one of them. They treated their visits like trading cards, collecting every resort they possibly could. The stock prices soared, higher than any stock before it, and the fame of Big Will the Killer of Sadness grew with it. And before long, the little article by Kurt Buchanan, once believed to be a potential downfall of Healing Humanity Pharmaceuticals, had become a laughingstock. He was fired from the New York Times, and his reputation was obliterated, and his kids disowned him, and his wife had left him. And then, as a result of his mockery, ended his life. Saturday Night Live performed the most popular cold open in the show's history. In the sketch, right before the actor playing Kurt went to hang himself, a second actor portraying Big Will, the Killer of Sadness, entered the apartment. "Wait!" he yelled. "Kurt, don't do it! Don't kill yourself! Take one of these Begone pills instead! It'll cure your pain! It'll make all of the sadness go away!" Big Will ran to Kurt as quickly as he could and gestured to him with one small white pill. And Kurt, with the rope already tied around his neck, looked at the pill and then looked at Big Will. "Big Will," said Kurt, "I will never take one of your pills. You, sir, you are killing humanity." "Me?" said Big Will, the Killer of Sadness. "Killing humanity? I offer them happy pills. You're the one who killed yourself." And the crowd, high on Begone pills, laughed hysterically as the actors playing Kurt and Big Will, the Killer of Sadness, turned to the camera and yelled in unison, "And live from New York, it's Saturday night!" I can only describe what happened. I don't know if I can tell you what happened. You get it? Okay. When the snow starts to fall, we go up north to the cottage. The usual crowd is coming. 3 couples and 2 others. I'm in the other column. Me and Marcus Stove. Or the Stove Man. Call him that since we were kids. He's the 3rd generation of men who sell wood-burning stoves to the cottages up north. So, Stove Man. Stove Man and his family do real well. The cottage could fit 20 people comfortably, but I pack the tents away. If the temperature holds, Stove Man and I will tent outside. And it better hold. I can't be inside. I don't want to be inside. It reminds me of her. Daryl and Joanna, DJ, are already waiting. The 2 of them hugging and leaning against their hatchback when Stoveman and I park at the end of the long gravel driveway. DJ, because they're practically inseparable, 10 years together and they're still attached to each other wherever they go. Daryl is annoyingly handsome. The type of tall, beefy jock that you hate immediately when you meet him, but love him 5 minutes later. Fiercely loyal, and once you get him rolling with laughter, it's hard not to join in. He's got one of those high-pitched giggles, and he laughs at almost anything. Joanna, the J of DJ, is short, muscle-toned, and whip-smart. She eyes me carefully. And I'm trying to hold it together, but everything around here reeks of her. Literally. I smell it when I step out of the car. Pine. The towering evergreens dominate the thick forest that we're in. And I do what I can not to look at them. And Daryl comes in for a hug, as he always does, while Joanna simply nods and extends a hand. She's still the only woman I know whose handshake crushes yours, no matter how hard you go in. She throws me a casual smirk when I try, unsuccessfully, to hide the tinging pain in my hand after she lets go. And after the greetings are done, we all turn to stare up at the cottage. The front door is at the end of a long, narrow 100-meter-long pathway that can only be traversed on foot, as the dense forest creeps in on both sides. The cottage sits embedded in a massive man-made grass hill, so the basement is really in the ground. The main floor has a deck that faces this small lake that sits tucked in between the trees. We've all been coming here for winter for almost 15 years. But something about the way that this cottage sits in the middle of this encroaching thick sea of trees makes me realize how alone we really are up here. No one for miles. Even the newly erected cell phone tower does little to penetrate the canopy of evergreens, and usually the isolation and privacy is a comfort. Usually. Paul and Alan are next to arrive. Paul's a military man with a military family. A military man. That's the extent of what we know about Paul and what he actually does every day. We just don't ask anymore because the answer is always the same. A simple shrug of the shoulder, a sly smile from the corner of his mouth. He's always watchful, analyzing everything that you do and everything that you say. And don't ever play poker with Paul. Alan's nice enough, but barely know anything about him. He's the kind of man that you lose at the party within 5 minutes. But he's Paul's, so he's ours. When Paul steps out of the car, we all tackle him, yelling and cheering and hugging and showboating because we all know how much Paul hates that kind of thing. I can practically feel his displeasure at the show of emotion, but I don't care. We're lucky if we get to see Paul once a year. It doesn't matter what kind of person he is to the military. To me, he'll always be the kid who pulled me up off the ground in grade school after Joseph Menson, the resident shithead, threw a shoulder into my back. There's 6 of us now, standing in the driveway, front door to the cottage beckoning 100 meters away. But none of us go towards it. We all know what's ahead of us, which is a wait. Probably a long wait. Ryan and Cheryl are next, but they're always late. Always. They arrive 20 to 30 minutes after what time you tell them to meet at. We pull some money together to guess the exact minute their headlights will dot the horizon. My guess is the closest when they arrive, and now I've got a fat stack of cash to barter with when poker rolls around. Hopefully Paul goes to bed early enough so that way we can get a game in before the sun comes up. Seriously, never play poker with Paul. Stoveman and I always have another bet going on the side, trying to guess the date that Brian and Cheryl will finally break up. We love them both, but separately. Together, they create an unbearable tension that builds through the night, only to predictably blow up when Brian finally annoys Cheryl for the last time. And Brian, quiet, stoic Brian, is the polar opposite of life of the party Cheryl. Now I tell you, opposites attract, but I've yet to see opposites last. 8 of us now. Finally a full party. I grab a couple of bags from the car. DJ are locked in a vomit-inducing embrace. Paul is staring out into the forest and Alan beside him. And while Brian and Cheryl are not so silently having a whisper fight as they pull bags out of the back of their pickup. Stoveman makes the long walk up to the cottage and opens the front door, walking inside and starts to turn on all the lights, opening up windows. Everyone but me follows behind with bags in hand. I'm still at the car, struggling to maneuver the tent bag. I'm hoping to set up before the darkness arrives. I open the back seat and I reach inside when Stoveman comes back out. I hear the crunch of gravel as he stops behind me, his god-awful cologne practically knocking me out. Hey, give me a hand. And he doesn't answer, but he chuckles softly. What's so funny? And I turn around and there's no one there. And I mean no one. I feel my insides plummet, turn to ice. I run around the car, hoping to see him hiding on the other side, and I call out for him. No answer. Then I see him on the deck, at the cottage, 100 meters away. Impossible. I don't know how he did it, but Stoveman's always been good at pranks. That has to be it. That's what I tell myself as I laugh and I try to brush the cold feeling away. Nice one! I scream up at him. But he simply waves. Dinner the first night. Spaghetti. A whole heap of it. I try not to feel sick when I see how much Brian is putting away. He's always been on the heavier side, but you never see that in his face. He was a wrestler and a boxer in college. If our friends ever had to fight to the death, Paul and Brian would be the last two standing. There's probably about 15 different ways that Paul knows how to kill someone with just his hands, but Brian and his ham-sized fists could smash a man in like a rotting pumpkin that's been thrown off of a roof. DJ are actually sharing a strand of spaghetti, Lady and Tramp style, and we all groan in unison. When their lips meet, Daryl starts getting with the giggles, and soon we're all in on it. Even Alan's laughing. Which is the first time that I can say that that's happened since I met him. When he gets up to go to the bathroom, I mention it to Paul, who gives me a weird look. Alan's downstairs, he says. In bed, he says. Doesn't feel well, he says. And I jump out of my seat, literally jump and run to the bathroom, yank open the door. And of course there's no one inside. The small window has been opened slightly, and I can hear a howl of wind tearing through the trees. I try and I suppress the shiver that crawls up my back. What the hell? Snowman asks when I come back. He sees that look on my face and shuts up. The two of us clear the dishes while DJ gets up to pick the game that we'll play tonight. Paul goes downstairs to check on Alan. And in a whisper, Stoveman asks me what's wrong. What the hell do I tell him? And in the end, I say nothing. DJ comes back with categories. Great, I think. I'm mentally placing bets on how long it'll take Brian and Cheryl to argue about whether an answer is acceptable. Stoveman reads my mind and flashes his hands out twice, indicating 20 minutes. And I mouth, "You're on." And I flash my hands once. 10 minutes. Cheryl's on her third glass of wine now. The decibel level of her voice rises exponentially with each alcoholic drink. And 5 drinks and she'll start challenging people to slap fights. 7 drinks and she's out on the couch for the rest of the night. DJ starts to tickle each other and that's my cue to leave. Paul comes back up and is on the deck, looking up at the full moon. The pale light casts a long dark shadow of Paul on the deck boards. Alan must be feeling better because he's standing beside Paul. The two of them are talking intently about something that they don't want anyone else to hear, because when I slide the patio door open, they cut off mid-conversation. I catch the tail end of it, though, and I'm not really sure how to process it. I need more context. As soon as I come up to the two of them, Alan excuses himself. I won't say that we don't get along, but to me, Alan has always felt like someone standing on the other side of the glass in an aquarium, watching us swim around. I asked Paul about what I had heard the two of them talking about. What did Alan mean when he said, bodies piling up? Paul casts one of his trademark smirks, when you just know that there's a whole ocean of things beneath his surface that you'll never see. Alan likes his metaphors. That's all he's willing to offer. Damn him. I'd hate Paul if I didn't love him, if you get my meaning. I offer him one of my cigarettes, but he declines and goes back inside. And I'm alone on the deck, looking out at the glassy reflection of the shallow lake a few hundred yards out. And I hear splashing. Try to focus, cut through the infinite shadows the moon is casting out. I go to light the cigarette when I freeze, hand trembling. Someone's standing in the water. I think. I can't tell exactly. Could be a small tree. Could be anything, but it isn't. It's a f***ing person. Standing in knee-high water that must be freezing at this point because I can see the breath spilling out of my mouth. It's coming out in small, quick gusts as my breathing picks up. From the way that this person is standing, I just know that they're staring at the cottage. Staring at me. And I'm glued there. The shadows swim across my vision, the silhouette of whatever it is in the water shifting with the breeze. A laugh from Cheryl. On her 6th drink now, I wager. Cuts through the air and I pull out of the trance that I was in. And I look at the lake again. No one's there. I laugh to myself again. Who would do that? Stand out there. And I hear the sound of the door to the basement opening up. Someone's walking out onto the stone patio below the deck. And they stop right beneath my feet. Paul? No answer. Then I hear Brian's voice through the deck board cracks. At least I think it's Brian. Cigarette? He asks. Is it him? It sounds like Brian, and yet it doesn't sound like Brian. His voice sounds strained. Sure, I say, and I start towards the stairs that leads off the deck. No! He shouts, and I'm startled by the intensity of it. 2 fingers shoot up through the deck boards beneath my feet, layers of dirt under the nails. They're like tongues as they clamp around the cigarette. I try to ignore my own hand shaking. What's wrong with me? Everything okay, Brian? I can't bring myself down to peer through the crack beneath the deck board. Why am I worried? It's only Brian. Right? No response. The hand draws away quickly, like it's being pulled. Brian? No answer. I take a deep breath, get down on my knees, and dare a look. There's no one there. First night, and I can't sleep. Stoveman and I ditched the tent idea. I didn't want to go inside, not after what I saw on the lake. My eyes kept darting to the doorway. It's open to the hall, a sliding pocket door that's broken and won't come out. The hall is pitch black save for the faint orange glow from the nightlight that seeps in through the bottom corner of the doorframe. I think I'm dreaming when I first see the leg fucking tiptoe out, bending like a spider foot. And a man slides into place, like a dead body reversing to an upright stance, straight as a fucking arrow, completely covered in shadow. It came from the direction of DJ's room. It has to be Daryl. No other rooms are in that direction. And then it starts giggling. High-pitched laughs like a hysterical hyena. It's Daryl, but it is not Daryl. It's not Daryl, it's not Daryl, it's not Daryl, it's not Daryl, it's not Daryl. And I scream and I shoot my arm out to turn on the light when the not Daryl stops. Cut off like a power failure. Its mouth is wide open, like it's splitting his whole face in half. And then it twitches, a spasm like a seizure, and quickly moves back towards DJ's room. I'm up and I'm running and I'm screaming, rip straight for DJ's bedroom and crash through the closed door. Then the lights come on and everyone's yelling and hollering, and Daryl's in the bed. He's in the bed under the covers, not in the hall. Not in the hall, but as soon as I tell Daryl that there's someone in the cottage, he's up and he's puffing all alpha-like. He takes the lead as we search the whole place, waking everyone up, checking every fucking dark corner that we can think of. Nothing. We all grouped together in the living room. Joanna asked me what the hell that was all about. And what can I tell them? The truth? And when I explain every weird thing that I've seen since we got there, they all sit there with frightened looks and my stomach plummets again. I can feel the room getting colder. I'm not the only one with a story. And surprisingly, Paul is the first to speak. Guy's like a locked-down 6-foot-tall presidential bunker when it comes to sharing. He looks at me and says that when they were all bringing their bags inside, He saw me standing outside on the deck. No, I fucking wasn't. I was getting the tents in the back seat of my car. Paul just nods his head. I walked out and no one was there. I couldn't make sense of it. Then I heard that you were yelling something and I saw you standing by your car. It's been a long few weeks and I'm pretty sleep deprived. I just chalked it up to that. I'm dumbstruck. I know I saw Stoveman on the deck. Everyone's quiet. I pretend along with everyone else that we don't hear branches breaking somewhere out in the black. And Cheryl speaks up next. Brian looks like a corpse beside her. She tells us all that before bed she went out onto the back porch to follow Brian, who had gone out for a smoke, and found him just standing there. Brian? No response. Cheryl starts towards him, and that's when he's hunched over. He started spewing out this long moan of a sob. Racked, strung up, and Brian starts bawling on the spot. I went over to hug him, threw my arms around him. My Brian, I'm sure of it. Because then she turned her head and saw Brian standing right here in the fucking living room, helping Stoveman light a fire. And then Cheryl screams. On the porch then, in the living room, now. We all hear the tap water turn on in the bathroom. Joanna draws in a loud breath, as if she's been dunked into a lake of ice water. Because she's next to figure out that everyone is already right here in this room. So who the fuck turned on the water? And I'm up in a flash. My reflexes guide my hand to the light switch because I want as much light as possible. The light's already on. And I plunged us into darkness. The bathroom light is the only thing that we see. And I can't fucking move. All of us are frozen to the spot. The water stops running. Then a figure creeps into view. Bathed in shadow. Just the shadow in the door frame. And I take a breath. 2. And then it speaks. The words creak out of its mouth like the sound of a branch twisting in the wind. Kill you. No one says anything. I don't even breathe. And it throws back its head and screams, kill you, kill you, kill you. And it won't stop, it won't stop, it doesn't stop, it doesn't stop, 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 stop! I finally managed to turn on the light, and of course there's nothing fucking there. Nothing. Cheryl's crying. Like a screaming cry. But we all saw it. We all fucking know. And take one look at each other, and in a hurry we group together and turn on every light in the cottage, room by room, never letting one out of sight until the whole place is lit up like an IKEA showroom. I'm sure I'm not the first to think of ditching right then and there. Fuck the clothes and food and sprint to the car. But after that creeping leg and the wide open mouth of that not Daryl cackling and whatever the fuck that was coming out of the bathroom, I don't want to put one foot outside in the black. Not a chance. I know I'm not the only one. But when I see Paul's face, his impossibly wide eyes tearing up. Motherfucking Paul, I could kill you with every object in the room crying and screaming because he had just seen Alan outside with his face pressed up against the window. And Alan had been laughing and stabbing himself in the eye, and everything inside him was sliding down the window, but Alan was sitting right beside him. And when Paul couldn't be consoled out of the fetal position as Alan held him and DJ were praying together and Bryce was hugging Cheryl and Stoveman was talking with Kelly, I just knew that we had to stay and wait the whole thing out. We couldn't leave. We had to stay and wait this whole thing out. And we couldn't leave and wait. What the fuck? Stoveman had been talking with. Kelly. Kelly, no. No! I scream at everyone to freeze, and they all look at me, turn their heads at the same time. I tell them that I just saw Kelly, my Kelly. She was right there! And like an explosion, everyone is shooting out of their seats. We have to figure out how to get to the cars. They seem so far away. 100 meters might as well be a 1 million in the darkness. Then we sprint. Daryl suggests that we all sprint as fast as we can down the driveway. 20 seconds, and we could all be in our cars and drive the hell out of here and never fucking talk about it again. Ever again. Tell no one. 20 seconds in the blackness. Even if we all had flashlights, the darkness would be. We wouldn't be able to see jack shit. But I don't care. None of us do. We don't want to spend another minute in the cottage. We have 4 headband flashlights and spread them out. We link arms in a circle, kumbaya. We are the world style, like some massive circular starfish slithering against the bottom of the ocean. None of us will let go until we're in the cars. The circle is like this. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, and Joanna. And then we're off. Every crunch of gravel under our feet, every exhale of breath makes me pucker up tighter than when I had to go over a hill in a car, momentarily airborne, and my stomach is doing somersaults. 20 seconds feels like an hour. I'm staring out at the black, walking backwards, face backwards towards the cottage. I don't want to look at it. I'm too afraid the front door will start to open and that fucking leg will start to creep out again. I turn my head and reveal the sickly shapes of trees and the narrow beam of light coming out of my headlamp. They look like people. An eternity later, we reach the first car, Daryl's hatchback. We debated going in separate cars for about 2 seconds. I shove myself into the trunk and I'm the last to get in. DJ are up front. Daryl turns the key. Should have seen it coming. Should have never came outside. The car won't start. The goddamn car won't start. Goddamn start, and we're all yelling at Daryl to, what, fix it? Try again? Holy shit, we have to go back. I'm not going back. No way, no goddamn way, but then Daryl can't move. He's frozen in place. And we're all yelling at him and he doesn't move a muscle. And I'm the first to see why. The headlights are spraying out the front of the car. If the headlights work, why won't the car turn on? I can see the gravel. Weeds sticking out. Grass, woods, people. You can see people. All of us. Not in the car. Not in the car. Not in the car that we're all standing in the woods and we're all looking at each other. Why are we outside? We're in the car. We're in the car. We're in the car. We're in the car. I wake up. And we're all in the living room. The first shade of sunlight is creeping in through the window. Sweet, merciful light. I don't remember walking back from the car. Why can't I remember? DJ are wide awake, on the couch. Brian and Cheryl are sitting across from each other at the kitchen table. Neither speaks. Stoveman is stoking the last dying embers of the wood. 2 small pieces of black charcoal. The final corpses, each breathing out a final orange glow. Paul and Alan are at the table, saying nothing. Paul. Alan. And then it hits me like a fucking sledgehammer. Crushes my face in. 2 of them. 2 of them. 2 of them. 2 of them. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, Joanna, Paul, Alan. Where the fuck were they? They never came with us. Never. They weren't there. No way we fit 8 in the hatchback. Now they're sitting at the kitchen table, looking at each other. Were they always there? When did... Fuck. No way we fit 8. No goddamn way. Of course, the cars worked in the morning. We open up a call between us and remain in constant contact till we've all gone far enough that I can breathe again. That we can all breathe again, and that the sun is over our heads. And we drive for hours. We must have been driving all day when we finally stop. And when we all get out, we realize it then and there. Paul and Ellen never came with us. I don't know how we missed it. They were just gone. You know the rest. The searches, the interviews, the interrogations, military police, investigators. No. I never went back. I'm never going back. Because when we drove out of that place, I felt a force tug at me that I hadn't felt since the last time that I saw my wife. The ocean. I felt that terrifying current pull at me when we drove away from the cottage. Exactly like the day that Kelly was ripped away from me and no one ever saw her again. I'll never go back. I'll never go back to that cottage.